Oh, am I actually live right now? Let me see. Yep. Whoops. Okay, let's name the stream and stuff. Anybody watching yet? Hello. I'm not gonna start for a little while. I'm gonna send the link out a few places, and then I'm gonna check my audio. Let's check my audio right now. Yep, sounds fine. Three people watching. Hello. Okay, so what this is going to be, I am going to be listening through to Ogilvie to celebrate. Today is the 1 year anniversary of me releasing Ogilvie onto YouTube. My Sonic the Hedgehog fan fiction art project audiobook movie thing, uh, which I am very proud of, and I'm happy to listen to it again. And I'm going to be pausing throughout to do a bit of director's commentary type stuff, and just tell you things about it and about the making of it. And yeah, I'm just gonna listen one more time to make sure the stream's sounding fine. Yep. All right, so I guess I'll get started. And yeah, I should add to the stream just something telling people to feel free to ask questions in the chat, so I can answer any questions. All right, let's get going. So I'm not showing the video, but right now it's playing. All of my content warnings are pointing towards my content warnings to make sure that kids don't listen to it. All right, it's playing fine. Oh, again, you couldn't see it there, but that Sonic Underground joke I quite like. Go pull up the video and look at it again. Oh, and again, maybe not using the video wasn't the best choice, but I just kind of wanted to show off this. Am I pointing the right way? Which way? The HD version of the HD is not the right word. The poster that I commissioned for Ogilvie. There it is, without all the VHSification stuff that I did to it. All right. Oh yeah, and so the first thing that plays at the beginning is a BSE logo for Brightside Ewan, and it's made to look like the A24 logo because I wanted to evoke the art house cinema vibes of A24. and that took me a long time to make that little logo. I'm really happy with how it came out. Oh, I should maybe explain what Ogilvie is. So I'm Ewan. I'm the writer and director of Ogilvie, and Ogilvie is a currently it's an audio drama based on a screenplay that I wrote for a Sonic the Hedgehog movie adaptation that I wrote before the official Sonic the Hedgehog movie adaptation came out. I was very excited for the real Sonic movie, but not like excited. I thought it was going to be bad. It was better than I actually expected it to be, but um, I thought it was going to be bad, but I was just excited by the idea of a Sonic movie, and I say all this in several videos where I talk about it. But I was just very excited, and I found the idea of a Sonic movie so bizarre and interesting, because Sonic the Hedgehog as a pop culture icon is so bizarre and interesting. He has a kind of stigma to him, a kind of association, connotation, and like reputation that not really any kind of pop culture icon like him has. I feel like the idea of Sonic and the associations made when you think about Sonic almost supersedes Sonic himself in a way that would never happen to like Mario or Popeye or whoever. Um, and I wanted, I've always been really into Sonic in the same way that all of the people that give it its reputation are into Sonic. Sonic like draws a certain kind of people, and he has a kind of appeal that's strange, and it is an appeal through him being such a well-defined character, and a well-defined character uh, in a world that is entirely flexible. Like, I find it interesting that all of the different cartoon shows and movies and comics and adaptations of Sonic have completely different worlds and like world building and premises. Like, sometimes he's a freedom fighter, sometimes he's in Looney Tunes world, sometimes he's in the real human world. It doesn't really matter. But Sonic himself is consistent. Um, that's a lot of talking for not having listened to Ogilvie. Anyway, so I wrote a movie that I thought was appropriately weird for Sonic, and which played with all of those associations, but in a way where I wanted the idea of it to be funny, but for me as a writer to take it seriously. A recent comment I got on it mentioned new sincerity. I like that as a way of describing it, or post irony, whatever you want to call it. Like the base elements, all of the things that make up Ogilvie are kind of ironic. Is like, you know, having him be Eden, having him be crucified, having it be hyper violent and weird and inappropriate despite being Sonic. Um, all of that is like a funny idea, and then when I actually wrote it, I was like, okay, so if we're gonna have a crucifixion scene, then we're going to have real theming about Christianity and about uh, repression and stuff like that, and you'll hear that as we go on. So let's begin.
Ogilvie by Ewan O'Leary.
Sam Gabriel is the narrator of this. He used to edit Sonic the Comic the podcast. He is wonderful in this. He gave it exactly the narration it needed, which is dead serious. So thanks, Sam. And this is
In front of a sparkling lake with mountains, waterfalls,
first
and
sound
trees
design
on the
I did.
horizon and a bright blue sky speckled with clouds above. A large gold ring appears, lined with blue stars. A red and white striped banner flutters at the bottom of the ring, with Sonic the Hedgehog lettered in the center.
So this was something I kind of hadn't done before, building of soundscapes, and I did 2 hours worth of it for this, and it took like 7 months. But yeah, just getting all of the ambience and sound effects and things to build up the right background noise for stuff. So for this one, it was like, you know, the sound of a river and the sound of a field and the sound of the banner. It was weird trying to find the sound of wind going through a banner. That was a very specific thing.
Sonic emerges from the mysterious black void within the ring and pauses above the banner for a moment to look down the camera and waggle his fingers sassily. Sonic looks down below. He glances back up at the camera once more with a smirk before leaping down. The camera follows as he lands on the grass below and begins to run through Green Hill Zone, an obstacle course of loops, springs, and badnik robots determined to kill him.
Hey there, I'm Sonic the Hedgehog. But I bet you already figured that out, didn't you?
And our first line with the fantastic Matthew Fisher, who I was so lucky to have voicing Sonic in this project. He's just so believable in a weird way. Like he pulls off the Sonic vibe the whole way through, whilst also being able to deliver all of these things that are not out of. I don't think they're out of character, except for the one bit that we'll get to, but just sort of out of character for the franchise rather than for the character. I hope that it's not too out of character for the character. Maybe he does a lot of things, but he gets pushed pretty far, so.
We follow Sonic as he speeds through the obstacles, dispatching badniks and bouncing from wall to wall.
I'm on my way over to foil whatever scheme Robotnik's thrown together. I know, Mondays, right?
Tails appears, flying alongside Sonic.
Hey, Sonic!
Tails, what's on the itinerary?
Robotnik's trying to open up a portal to a special zone so he can get his hands on the Chaos Emeralds. He needs 50 rings to open it.
How many does he have now?
49.
Well, I guess I'd better hurry, huh, little bro?
You know it, Sonic.
He speeds.
So that's Yazan as Tails, also fantastic. I'm gonna be saying that a lot throughout this, that just everybody I got is fantastic, and I'm so lucky. I'm so lucky that everybody who wanted to be a part of this project gave performances that brought it to another level. And I've never worked on a project with this many people in it, and it really meant a lot to me to be able to build this thing that so many people brought so much to and made so much better, and took seriously the way that I was taking it seriously.
Speeds off, leaving Tails far behind to catch up.
Now, if you're new here, you might be asking, what's a Chaos Emerald? What's a Special Zone? Why am I being assaulted with MacGuffins in the first 5 minutes? You don't really have to worry about it. There are special gemstones with some ancient power that exist in little pocket dimensions, and a mad scientist who looks like Teddy Roosevelt wants to steal them all so he can rule the world. But I'm the anthropomorphic blue hedgehog who runs fast and is going to stop it. We good? Good. Let's get going then.
Sonic approaches the end of the path. Dr. Robotnik can be seen in his flying eggmobile. As he starts talking, Robotnik doesn't sound like you would expect.
Ah, I'm so glad you could join us.
So I'm Robotnik. And the joke of that is just that I think what I wrote originally in the first draft of it was that instead of sounding like an evil scientist, the version of Robotnik in this universe just sounds like the most normal guy you can think of. And so just the way I ended up translating that is that I just wanted him to be me, and me not doing a Robotnik voice, me just being me. I find that quite funny. And I kind of love Julian as a character, Julian being the Ogilvie verse Robotnik.
We're going to have a ball.
As he says this, Robotnik presses a button on his control panel, releasing a wrecking ball from the bottom of the eggmobile. It lands below with a smash, breaking the ground. As it raises up again, Sonic can be seen running towards it.
Was that a pun? That's the worst of your crimes against humanity yet, Robotnik. Or is it crimes against unhumanity? Crimes against animals? That's not as catchy.
Sonic runs past the signpost, indicating the end of the level. The momentum spins it around, launching it out of the ground. Sonic reaches the eggmobile and jumps into the air, landing his feet on the wrecking ball. He launches off of it backwards, performing a backflip towards the signpost, which is still spinning midair, and catches it. Sonic homing attacks forward again, and in a dramatic finish, hits Robotnik with the signpost, knocking him out of the Eggmobile. Robotnik face plants into the ground, as Sonic lands behind him, planting the signpost back into the grass. The Eggmobile crashes to the ground behind him and bursts into flames.
Cling.
Ow.
Well, would you look at that? The hero triumphed over the villain. What a surprise.
Shut up.
Are you gonna come quietly? I mean, we don't have a prison here because we're, you know, animals.
Shut up.
Robotnik is beginning to stir now, reaching for something off-screen.
It's a pretty small minority of us that talk, actually. I don't think Flicky or Cucky or any of the others would care that much about how...
So if you weren't aware, Cucky is canon. So if you weren't aware, Cucky is canon. That's a sentence that you've got audio of me saying now. Cucky is the name of the little chicken that comes out of the Badniks in Sonic 1. That's his Japanese name. He was renamed to Clucky in the US for some reason.
You're punished.
Shut up!
So that's still me. That's me yelling "shut up." But as people my age have been able to recognize, that is me doing my best impression of the old Smosh intro. If you used to watch Smosh YouTube videos, they would start with somebody yelling "shut up." Well, Ian Heacock's yelling "shut up" like that, and I almost used like the Smosh audio, but then just ended up recording me yelling "shut up" a bunch of times until I got one that sounded enough like that even without playing the original audio, you could recognize, oh, he's doing the Smosh "shut up." Oh, and this is the moment where Sonic gets shot in the face, which is, I hope, the turning point, which means anecdote time. I submitted Ogilvie, when I finished writing it, to 2 different screenplay film festivals, which were feedback screenplay film festivals, which meant that people had to read through the screenplay, making feedback the whole time, and then send me their feedback. And it was hilarious. At least, like, both of them, but especially the first one, just completely failed to take it on its own terms, and the whole time was like saying that things weren't appropriate for a Sonic the Hedgehog product, or that audiences wouldn't wait 1 minute of solid waiting on screen as I do in the limbo scene later on, which I find really funny. But so I thought, like, in my head, Sonic gets shot in the face, you realize, oh, so it's weird, and then that's like everything up to this point has been very normal Sonic, except for Robotnik being weird. But then Sonic getting shot in the face with a gun, hopefully, is the point where is the major turning point. But they didn't notice that, and they were still confused by everything that came after it, and talked about, like, what did they? Oh, I think they might have thought like the massacre scene at the end was the turning point, and there's so much that comes before that. So that's weird. So yeah, Sonic getting shot in the face with a gun.
Not much about how you're punished.
Shut up!
Robotnik pulls a black handgun and shoots Sonic in the head, launching him back and scattering
Sam's so
rays
good.
across the ground. The crack of the pistol echoes. Having just arrived, horrified, Tails looks back and forth between Sonic, lying lifeless on the ground, and Robotnik.
Where the hell did you get a gun?
From a gun store.
Robotnik reaches down and grabs one of the rings.
I want to be as humble as possible, but you're gonna find me loving this the whole way through, because I do just love it, and I'm proud of my own work, but also everybody else brought it so hard, and so I feel like I can kind of get over my own my own modesty, because other people made that bit as funny as it was.
which disappears in his hand. He looks up to see a giant gold ring materialize above them, the inside of which is fluctuating like a pool of rippling liquid.
Yes! The special zone is open! Finally! The Chaos Emeralds are all... Ah!
Sonic steps on Robotnik's head, jumping up towards the ring.
Too slow.
No! Curse you, Hedgehog.
It's like I always say, Buttnick.
Sonic, still flying towards the ring, has now turns to face Robotnik, falling backwards into it with his hands behind his head.
You gotta go.
Sonic disappears into the ring before he finishes his sentence.
So there's he said the thing. He said gotta go fast. It's interesting the things that I wrote into this that are like Sonic saying the thing or doing the thing that Sonic has to say in a Sonic movie. That ended up also being in the actual Sonic movie. Like Sonic saying gotta go fast is in the actual Sonic movie after I wrote this. Don't Stop Me Now is in both. It's interesting. It's interesting.
The ring shrinks into itself and poofs out of existence.
Oh yeah! Fun piece of trivia. That is from the Gummy Bear song.
The ring shrinks into itself and poofs out of existence. Tails stares on in disbelief.
Well, he's dead.
Sonic falls through an endless, empty black void. He faceplants into the invisible floor.
I think I smacked myself
After
in
a
the face
pause,
for that,
he lifts
Foley.
his face and coughs a few times.
Oh yeah. Also, I don't know. This feels like it was a running gag that I was aware of as a kid, but I don't know how much it has persisted in Sonic fandom. That Sonic falling and landing on his face happens so much in every modern Sonic game. Mostly like, you know, Adventure 2, 06, Unleashed, that sort of era. I don't know if they're still doing that, but that's kind of what I went for him face planting on the ground there.
Fast.
Sonic looks around. He doesn't see anything.
Well, this is new.
I also love just doing scenes with weird sort of like easy sound design that works, like the echo in this. I feel really works, and I had fun with that.
He stands up, dusts himself off, and tries kicking the ground, but there's nothing to kick.
Not a chili dog in sight. Despicable. Well, best get moving.
Sonic spins his feet in a figure eight, then peels out. He runs around the emptiness.
It was also pretty fun writing Sonic lines that are like quips that aren't necessarily actually funny. Like, I feel it is in character for Sonic to make jokes that aren't funny, and that's a very dad sort of way to enjoy Sonic, I guess. It's like watching old Spider-Man things where he makes a bad joke. I watched a Spider-Man show the other day where he's fighting the lizard and he's like, hey, you know anywhere I can get some tail? And it made me laugh harder than it should have.
He swerves left and right. He's circling. He's zigzagging. Eventually, he slows to a halt and plants his hands on his knees, having exhausted himself.
Looks like there's some people in chat who don't know what this is. So if you don't know what this is, I have a video called I Wrote a Sonic Movie, and it's weird. Go look for that, and that will explain what this is.
Juice.
He says juice, by the way. So one of Sonic's catchphrases in the 90s was juice, or juice and jam time, or let's juice, and that kind of stuff. And I was scared after he recorded it that it was going to sound like something else, so I kind of like upped the volume on the end of juice.
I always gotta slow down right after the fun part.
Hey man.
This is worse than the Marble Zone.
Oh yeah, worse than the Marble Zone. So Marble Zone is my favorite level in Sonic, but I feel it's in character for Sonic to hate it. And also, the thing that Sonic 1 does, where you're going fast through a green hill, and then you get to Marble Zone and you have to slow down, I am sort of deliberately imitating that in what this does for the purpose of the beginning of my punishment of Sonic, which he didn't deserve, but it makes for good drama.
Looking into the distance, he squints into the darkness. He inhales deeply and sits down and wraps his arms around his knees. Green Hill Zone, sunset. Tails is curled up, mirroring Sonic in the previous shot. He's sat on the grass next to the crater from the wrecking ball, the signpost, emblazoned with a cheerful Sonic holding up a peace sign, and the wreckage of the Eggman.
I like that.
He's quietly crying. Slowly, he tilts his head up. Sonic looks up as well, screen right of where Tails was, and facing towards him.
May in chat just said, "Welcome to Ogilvie, where all the punishments are unwarranted and all the Robotniks are girls." Accurate. May and I are the two Robotniks in this. This bit that's playing right now is my Doctor Who joke. It's the music is the music from Doomsday, which is the David Tennant Series 2 finale, and that's the scene that I'm doing a parody of here.
He slowly stands up. Tails gets up, sniffling, and begins walking right. Sonic walks left.
I think I did that backwards, but whatever.
Tails stops. We see his face closer. He closes his eyes and turns his head, listening. We hear him breathing through his nose. He's breathing in quickly and holding his breath, desperate to hear what he's listening for. We cut back, but Sonic isn't in shot. The camera pans over to Sonic.
I like abrupt music cuts.
Having walked away.
This is so boring!
He spin dashes, but for naught.
Okay, I did this whole bit earlier where I said that I feel like easier being proud of my work on this because I can be proud of everybody else's performances as the director. But no, that was just me being proud of Sonic spin dashes, but for naught. Sonic spin dashes, but for naught might be the most Ogilvie line in Ogilvie.
I just need something to happen. Anything. Please. I'm going crazy. I'm waiting.
An elderly-sounding voice echoes from the distance.
As somebody who's like most what word am I looking for? The Sonic thing that got me into Sonic and that will always be the most true Sonic to me was Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. So I'm waiting feels like the most important of his catchphrases to me. And the Sonic in Ogilvie is sort of halfway between the games and adventures, with a bit of just whatever feels, whatever I want to twist it thrown in. But so there's a lot of like references to adventures. Coconuts comes in later, and Coconuts is specifically sort of played as the janitor like he is in Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog. And there's a Tails line that is a reference that we'll come back to later.
Sonic immediately speeds over. He comes to a stop with a smile on his face, which quickly fades as he looks down at the source of the voice. He's shocked and confused.
Oh, well, that figures. I wait all this time for some company. Who else would I get?
You're not.
Sitting on the ground in front of Sonic is Sonic. An older, worn Sonic, with a wrinkled face, scrawny torso, and a long gray beard.
It sure looks that way.
Strange, isn't it? Pretty obvious Sonic OVA. Well, I don't know what Sonic fandom memes survive, but so strange, isn't it, is a line from the anime Sonic movie, and it will come back.
When did you get here?
Well, I got the drop on old Buttnick and hopped into that giant ring, hoping I'd find an emerald in here. I can't tell you how long ago that was, since there aren't really days and nights anymore. But I think it's been a while. The beard usually means it's been a while, right?
Sonic doesn't answer.
So, how long have you been...
Joe Hoffman, or Sporiop, when he was recording the old Sonic lines, I think there's a take where he stops and he says that he's starting to sound too much like like the old guy from Skyrim. I can't remember the old guy in Skyrim's name, but there you go.
Here then.
I don't know, actually.
Get used to that. Hey, before I forget, could you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure, I guess.
I like too that when Sonic gets old, his voice turns into a cartoon old man voice instead of an older version of his voice. That's I like cartoon logic like that.
Did you kill me?
What?
Please, it's been so long. I gave up on going home years ago. I just need this to be over.
No, I'm not gonna kill you, geezer.
Please! No one will know. Just put me out of my misery. I'm begging you!
Sonic walks away disgusted. The old Sonic watches him. After a pause, he starts laughing. A cold, bitter laugh that escalates to an unhinged cackle. As Sonic's walking away, he hears the old Sonic suddenly stop laughing. He falters and turns around.
Look, this is seriously screwed.
He stops. The old Sonic is enveloped in a green light, emanating from what has appeared in front of him. A Chaos Emerald.
No.
Fixated, Sonic walks towards it.
No!
The old Sonic grabs it and shields it in his arms.
It's mine! I didn't wait all this time for you to waltz in here and take it from me!
Alright, so we got our first question. MB in chat asks, is there a reason you settled on the name Ogilvie for the title? So, while I was writing it, I think I had Ogilvie from the start, but I also, for a while, had the working title The Hedgehog Sonic. I basically just wanted something that sounded pretentious, something that sounded like an art film version of Sonic. And I always liked Ogilvie as like something that gets passed around so much as the fact of, oh, did you know that Sonic's real name is Ogilvie? And then if you know more about it, Sonic's real name is Ogilvie according to Ken Penders. And I liked that for like evoking Logan. Mostly Logan, like the idea of the dark adult subversion with the first name in the title. And also it just evokes the weirdness of Sonic as a character in the way that I wanted. The way that that Ogilvie is this completely... Ogilvie as Sonic's first name is this completely nonsensical addition to Sonic's character contributed by Ken Penders, let's be generous and say eccentric author, and that is like something that some fans are just like, yeah, his name's Ogilvie. That's what they said. And Sonic is so weird, and I feel like Ogilvie works in the two ways that it's the Logan thing of like Sonic's first name, Ogilvie. Yeah, I'm Ogilvie, and this is my true dark story. And the other side of it being an encapsulation of Sonic as such a weird pop cultural phenomenon with such a weird fandom and such a weird body of work. That's the other thing that I think I'm trying to adapt Sonic as I experienced him, not Sonic as Sega would want to present him. Because like growing up on Sonic didn't mean official Sonic media. If you were me, it meant like Flash games and Newgrounds animations and Sonic shorts and fan fiction and cartoons and drawings and there's so much of it. I feel like I've had the argument before with somebody, and I've like tried to look up the evidence behind it, that I think there is as much writing on Sonic, including unofficial media, as there is for characters like Sherlock Holmes. And I find that fascinating. And that's kind of what Ogilvie is a little bit about in a way, is Sonic as a pop cultural phenomenon, but beyond the official, and being true to how weird Sonic as a body of work, including unofficial media, is. And so stuff like Ogilvie, stuff like the Sonic being crucified feels like shorthand for that. Feels like you see that and you go, oh yeah, that checks.
Sonic stops.
I have to go home, man.
You can't have it!
Please, just hand it over.
Bite me, babyface! This one's mine!
Sonic hesitates. His arms fall to his sides.
All right. Keep it.
All right!
Good.
I'm glad!
What are you gonna do with it?
I'm gonna go home!
And how's that working out for you?
Shut up!
An extended one-take shot begins with the two Sonics in frame. Sonic slowly walks a few feet away, then sits down facing away from the old Sonic and crosses his arms.
So two things that I guess were inspiration for the idea of this scene playing out in excruciating detail and not cutting away for 1 minute, which, I mean, doesn't fully work in the audio format, but I hope you get the idea that with all of the film language that's throughout the script that I'm trying to construct what the movie looks like in your head. But so two scenes that are inspirations for that. One is Ghost Story, an A24 movie, so exactly the vibe I'm going for, of like weird art house independent cinema. Has a scene where a grieving woman eats a pie on screen for 5 minutes, and she just keeps eating the pie, and then she goes and throws up. It is very painful to watch. And I know there are people who think like people who say that, and they say exactly the words that I say, but in a different tone that means that that's terrible, and why would anybody want to watch that? But I find that really cool. The other one is Angel's Egg, and Angel's Egg is one of the two sort of tonal inspirations for this. I think Angel's Egg is an anime from the 80s that has a lot of sort of Christian subversion and visual reference, and also it's very it's an anime movie where there's like 3 bits where they talk and the rest is completely without dialogue, and it's very sort of not psychedelic but weird. And the limbo scene specifically feels pretty Angel's Egg to me. There's another inspiration, but I'll bring that up whenever I next think of it.
The old Sonic holds the emerald up to his eyes to examine it closer. He holds it to his ear and knocks on it twice. He tries shaking it.
All right, I want to go home now, you hear? I'm waiting! Come on!
I don't even remember what the Foley was for the Chaos Emerald, but it was hard to find. I remember that, trying to find a noise that sounds like knocking on a giant gem.
He whacks the emerald against the ground a few times.
Shazam! Chaos control! There's no place like home!
He feebly clicks his heels together. Our Sonic tries to ignore him. He looks off into the distance, tapping his foot.
Want me to try?
No! You can have it when I die of old age!
For a full on-screen, excruciating 60 seconds, Sonic sits in silence, occasionally tapping.
I want to see this. Maybe I should animate this. I've always wanted to do like animatics of scenes, and I would really like for other people to do animatics of scenes, but I'm never quite sure what scene to do. But this would be a fun one, do the full one take, and it wouldn't be that difficult. Maybe I could do it. I don't know. There's one animatic I tried that is on my Patreon. So if you want to support me on Patreon, there's a few like Ogilvie posts on there.
He sporadically tries new ways to activate the emerald as they occur to him, like holding it up in the air, trying again a few times in a row, as if it'll work if he does it ever so slightly differently, or rubbing it like a genie lamp. He examines every inch of the emerald, rotating it in his hands. We finally cut to a close-up of our Sonic, who's looking into the distance. Tails, curled up and still crying, stares back where Sonic's eyeline was. Sonic turns to the old Sonic.
I like that. I like the idea with the Doomsday gag earlier, where we sort of set it up and then have Sonic flippantly and sort of unknowingly reject his care for Tails. To have that come back in a way that makes you think about it and think about, oh no, he does care about him and he is thinking about him, which is kind of important because of how that ends up.
After a few seconds, our Sonic gets up slowly and walks towards him with reluctant purpose. The old Sonic, who was in the middle of trying in vain to fit the emerald into his mouth, takes it out and holds it close to his chest.
I find that funny.
What are you doing? I said you can't have it. You can't take.
Sonic holds his hand over the old Sonic's mouth and nose, smothering him. The old Sonic flails desperately.
So I feel this is going to be a bit of a Luke over Kylo in Last Jedi moment, where he doesn't mean to kill him.
Dropping the
I hope
emerald
that's
at his
clear.
feet.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
So he's apologizing for taking the emerald and leaving him here for dead, not for
Sonic
what's
bites
about to
Sonic's
happen.
hand, briefly releasing his grip.
Way past cruel, man.
Sonic grabs.
That's the kind of line. That's the kind of line that I love hearing reactions to, because I'll like play it for people. I think my friend Rob reacted like, "God damn it!" I live for that. I live for Ogilvie making people go, "God damn it!"
His mouth again, this time more forcefully, so he doesn't lose his grip again. With his free left hand, Sonic tries to reach down to the emerald on the ground. As he strains his left arm, reaching down, he unintentionally pulls the old Sonic's face to the right. The old Sonic is still struggling, until suddenly, as Sonic's left hand reaches the emerald, we hear a snap as he pulls the old Sonic's head too far.
So that was some original Foley from me. That was me snapping some rhubarb, and I used that a few times throughout for various head snaps or neck snaps.
Ah, shit! No!
Sonic releases his grip and steps back. The old Sonic tumbles to the floor, completely lifeless, eyes wide. Sonic stares down in disbelief. Startling him, a jarringly cheerful jingle plays as text appears above his head, reading, "Sonic got a Chaos Emerald." Sonic holds the back of his head in his hands, still clutching the emerald in his right.
What have I done?
Behind him, another ring portal appears. He looks over at it and pauses, overwhelmed by shock. After looking down at the body, he slowly begins walking in the direction of the portal. Gradually, he builds up momentum and starts running, though it's clear he's having more difficulty working up the motivation than before. When he nears the portal, he closes his eyes, jumping in. Asleep against a window, Sonic slowly wakes up. Outside it's snowing as a city street passes by the window. He's on a bus. Despite the weather, the bus is clean and picturesque.
Where am I?
Hey, babe. You look so peaceful. I didn't want to wake you.
Sonic looks over. Sitting beside him is Super Mario. They're holding hands. They're sharing earbuds, which are plugged into a CD player sat between them. Sonic stares at Mario, confused. Mario frowns with concern.
You okay, huh?
Yeah. Just tired.
Bad dream?
Sonic flashes an unsure smirk.
This song playing on the CD player is Slow Down, which I've used before. I used it in a Daredevil animation that you can find if you just search Daredevil on my channel. But it's a really good song and it's royalty free, and I like found that out after listening to it a lot on Spotify. So and it just feels like it fits this scene, I think.
Something like that.
He looks down awkwardly before looking back up into Mario's eyes. Mario smiles back warmly.
Is this real? Was it really just a dream?
He looks down.
So this is also what I've been saying about Ogilvie being ideas that on the outside are ironic and funny, and then taking them seriously on the inside. Mario and Sonic being shipped or being in love is such a go-to joke about Sonic fans being weird. Like you've got that one animation that's Mario and Sonic kissing set to Take on Me. But also, like, Mario and Sonic fighting is such a staple of what Sonic was to me as a kid, because uh, a lot of what I watched was Newgrounds cartoons where Sonic and Mario do battle, and a lot of those were hyper violent, and I should have been watching them back then. But yeah, so taking that idea of shipping Mario and Sonic, and taking it deadly seriously and trying to make it feel nice and feel romantic and feel like something that can come out of nowhere but suddenly matter to him enough that it's his driving motivation through the rest. That I don't know where I was going with that sentence, but that's what I did apparently.
Down at his hand in Mario's.
Maybe it was. Maybe it was all just one long dream.
Oh yeah, that also means I decided that Sonic is canonically gay in this. That checks out.
And now, I'm awake.
Mario rests his head on Sonic's shoulder. Sonic looks unsure at first, but resting his head on Mario's and putting his arm around him, he smiles with relief. Mario runs through the entrance of a grocery store playfully while Sonic walks over to pick up a basket.
Let's have a feast tonight. What do you want?
Chili dogs?
We had chili dogs last night, Spikes.
We did?
And the night before that. And on Monday. And Sunday. And...
I like chili dogs.
Alright, we'll get you your chili dogs. But when you get fat, I get to nuzzle your belly.
Deal.
They walk down
He's
an
gay.
aisle. Mario pulls down a can of chili and a box of spaghetti, dropping them into Sonic's basket.
I'm gonna go grab us some cheapo grocery store wine. You get the hot dog and meatballs.
Yes, sir.
At ease, hot stuff.
Sonic walks to the fridge aisle and fills the basket.
Alright, I guess I'm telling this anecdote. Hot stuff. My association with hot stuff, which isn't like at all related to why I used it here, I just thought it was cute, but my association with hot stuff was one time in junior high where there was a thing at my junior high school where kids would ask for change from people so that they could buy from the cafeteria, which was weird, but like, not weird that they didn't have money for food, but just weird that became very normalized, and that became a thing that like school faculty had to address. But anyway, one day a girl came up to me while I was just sat at a cafeteria table and went, "Hey, hot stuff, got any change?" At that speed. So that's what I think about when I hear hot stuff. Is somebody trying to seduce and immediately take my money.
As he closes the fridge door and turns around, we hear his phone buzz. He pulls it from where his back pocket would be if he were wearing pants, Hammerspace style. On his phone is a message from Mario reading,
Hey.
I also like that Sonic can hammer space a phone. Again, Sonic's a cartoon character, so I'm taking him seriously, and also he can do cartoon things.
looks up. Mario's standing about 15 feet in front of him, holding his phone, a wine bottle in his arm. Sonic smiles and types on the phone. Their text messages appear on screen.
Hey,
I miss you.
Hey,
I miss you
Dylan's
too.
in the chat. Hey, Dylan.
When we get home, I'm gonna turn on the washing machine and the TV, and then I'm gonna do dirty, dirty things to you.
Sonic blushes. Mario laughs at him.
Chili dogs first?
Oh, what am I laughing at? Okay, so I had like a very fake sounding laugh that used to be the sound effect when I was, but it's now one that I'm not 100% on, but it is me like actually laughing, and I can't remember now what I was actually laughing at. But I used it. It might have been in like when me and Sam were recording together for Zonic. I don't know.
Darling.
Sonic tries to suppress a laugh and fails. A toad holding a Lunchables pack looks up at him, confused.
We lay like lovers in a warm embrace.
So Sweet Dream by Dreams Come True. Dreams Come True is the band, the two-person band that composed, or at least the guy composed, I'm not sure, the OSTs to Sonic 1 and 2. And they also made this sort of pop love ballad called Sweet Dream that is also the tune of the Sonic 2 end credits, which also Sonic 2 end credits with lyrics is a video that Dave Ballmer, who's in this, made. But anyway, I kind of love that song. It's so corny, and so like unabashedly corny in a way that only a song written in English by Japanese people can be, I think. But or not, like, you know, anybody who's it's not their first language, but like writing this very earnest, very corny love song. I love it, and it's very dated, very 90s. But using it here, I got Dream Kiddo to record a version of it that wouldn't get copyright dinged, that I could use, and it's great. She's great. She's such a good singer, and also I like how it fits in here, not just for being the corny love song in the corny love scene, but also it kind of foreshadows what's to come with the line, I don't want the night to steal you away. I don't want the night to steal you away. Feels like foreshadowing to me. And also, here's an anecdote. I had a film studies teacher who told us that films can't do foreshadowing, that foreshadowing is only a thing in literature. And maybe she was right, but that feels like foreshadowing to me. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, I know.
They're hardly through the door of their apartment when Mario has Sonic up against the wall. His hands on his shoulders, Sonic on his hips. Their faces are closed, their eyes half closed. They kiss passionately for several seconds. One of Mario's suspenders falls down his shoulder. Disconnecting, they look blissfully into each other's eyes.
I love you, Sonic the Hedgehog.
I love you, Mario.
I don't want the night to steal you away.
She's such a good singer.
Hold me close, I want you so. Don't you know that, baby?
And the implication is here, because I was too much of a coward to write "they have sex" into it. Although I don't know. Anyway, presumably that is happening on screen while this is playing, or further making out, whatever you want to imagine at home for Mario and Sonic making love.
Touched my very soul. Can you feel it, baby?
Whoa, never let me go, darling, 'cause we're so in love, and we can dream on sweet dream. And this is why I didn't sing it. Oh, but that would have been funny. Oh, I should have recorded. That would be funny if it was just like the credits was me singing terribly. Anyway.
Mario is seen in the shower, silhouetted by the shower curtains. Meanwhile, Sonic has what appears to be every hot dog from the package he bought in a pan on the stovetop. He moves the pan back and forth as they sizzle.
I like the idea that one of Sonic's defining characteristics in the cartoons was that he likes chili dogs. I like the idea that he also does not know how to make chili dogs.
Lillian looks at it. Shrugging, he dumps the contents onto the hot dogs. Mario gets out of the shower and wraps a towel around his waist. Looking at himself in front of the mirror, he hears the sound of a smoke
Mario has nipples.
alarm and runs into the kitchen. The pan is sitting in the sink, black smoke billowing up from it. Sonic is struggling with a fire extinguisher that he can't figure out how to work. He notices Mario and guiltily grins and waves.
Spikes? Again?
Mario walks over and turns on the tap, dousing the pan.
Right. Water does the beats fire. I knew that.
So our first Sonic Says segment, but also I stole the like skidding sound effect as a audio means of conveying that we're stopping from Sonic the Comic the podcast. So there you go for that. But oh yeah, also this is the first or second, depending on if you count the content warning at the start, Sonic Says segment in the in Ogilvie. But this one I came up with very near to the end, just because I wrote and then had recorded the bit about them dousing the pan in water to stop the fire, and then looked it up to make sure that was what you do, and it's not what you do. But then I thought it was funnier to leave it in and have Sonic explain exactly why it's not what you do.
Hey kids, Mario and I were lucky that the water put out my burning chili dogs, but you might not be so lucky.
So much fun to
When
write.
dealing with a pan fire in the kitchen, your first move should be to try and smother it with a metal lid. If you have some baking soda at hand, that would also do the trick. But whatever you do, don't try to put out a grease fire using water. If there's oil in your pan and it splashes, that can just spread the fire and make things worse. And the vaporizing water might carry grease particles in it, which can also spread the fire. Remember, when the heat is on, you gotta stay cool.
They're together on the couch.
I love Sonic the Hedgehog. I feel like that's gotta be clear, but I hope it's clear. I hope it's clear that I'm doing all of these weird things with him and subverting it and going dark with it. But also, one of the driving things behind Ogilvie as a project is my genuine love for the character and the franchise, and bits like that, I hope it shines through.
Couch now. Mario is sat up, while Sonic is stretched out with his legs on the couch, his head on Mario's lap. They're both sipping from wine glasses.
Do you like wine?
They say it's how classy people get drunk.
Is that so?
Well, I read it embroidered on a pillow in a thrift shop, so it must be true. Do you?
I did read it embroidered on a pillow at the thrift shop.
Not like wine?
I don't mean to, ruin the moment or whatever.
No. You know you can always be honest with me.
I like wine. Fine. Just not as much as other things. Not as much as I like you, for instance.
Ooh, smooth. My hero. Hey, can I get up?
No. You're my prisoner.
Oh, please.
No. I'm staying here forever with my head on your dick. That didn't come out like I meant it.
Well, if I can't get up, I can't go down on one knee.
Mario passes him a ring box. Sonic takes it, confused. He slides his legs out and sits up, understanding.
Mario!
Don't say anything before you open it, dummy.
Sonic smiles as Mario grabs the ring box and moves onto the floor in front of him, getting down on one knee.
Ogilvie Maurice Hedgehog, you've made me the happiest plumber in Brooklyn, nay, in any borough. Would you do me the honor of marrying me?
Oh yeah,
Mario
I don't say it there, but there is the bit earlier. I love you, Sonic. Yeah, I love you, Sonic the Hedgehog. I love you, Mario. So in Ogilvie, Mario is Mario's canon last name, which is, for people who don't know what Mario and Luigi's last name is in the Super Mario Brothers movie. Of course, that's canon to this, and it feels like it's passed around in the same way that Ogilvie was passed around, like the trivia that Mario's last name is Mario, and it comes from one specific source that isn't necessarily the most reputable.
Opens the ring box. It's a silver ring with a red gemstone mounted on it. Sonic stares at it. Slowly, the gemstone begins to glow, and Sonic freezes. He stares at the glowing gemstone, terrified of what it means.
No.
Mario says nothing, visibly crushed by what he interprets as a rejection.
I mean, yes, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Spikes, what's wrong?
Nothing. Nothing's wrong.
Defiantly, Sonic grabs the ring and puts it on.
I love you, Mario. I want us to be together forever.
He stands and pulls Mario up, hugging him. He holds him tight, scared to lose him. We hear the sound of another ring portal opening up behind Sonic off screen. Tears begin to fall down Sonic's cheeks.
Spikes, behind you. What is that?
Sonic keeps his eyes closed.
Screw it. Who needs it? I'm not leaving you.
Spikes?
Just ignore it.
Spikes!
Please!
The tears are streaming now.
Matthew's
the portal
performance
begins
is so
to suck
good.
in air like a vacuum. Objects in the room fly into it. First small things sitting on tables and shelves, then entire pieces of furniture. Only Mario is unaffected, standing at the center of the room, holding Sonic by both hands as he dangles horizontally.
Spikes, what's happening?
Mario?
I'm scared.
Mario!
Yes.
I'll always love you.
Tears form in the corner of Mario's eyes. He doesn't understand. Sonic's hands slip through his grasp, and the scene slows almost to a freeze frame, as we see Mario reaching out to Sonic with one hand, and Sonic falling into the portal.
This is one of the scenes, or one of the shots that you can go see in the animated trailer I made, or semi-animated trailer that I made. So, was Ogilvie meant to be genuinely deep, or was that entirely accidental because it somehow manages to be? I'm gonna say it's intentional. I'll take the credit for that. No, yeah, I'll say it's meant to be deep, but it's also... it is meant to be deep, but I think it's deeper than I meant it to be. There are things about it that I didn't like fully decipher until later on, and I'll talk about this when we get to the end, because there's a bit specifically that that I was unsure about, and then I was sure about it after I figured out what it meant. But yeah, I love people. I love it being this thing that people can read into in different ways, and I love hearing people's interpretations that aren't things I thought of but work. And I'm really happy that it came out that way, and I'm really proud of it.
As he does, the scene returns to full speed. The portal flickers away, and the various objects and debris that were previously floating fall to the floor. Mario keeps reaching, breathing deeply. Mario's arm falls to his side. Sonic gasps, his eyes bulging open. He can't move. He's between cylinders as tall as him and packed together tightly. He struggles, but his arms are pinned.
Put me back! Put me back!
His surroundings suddenly quake as the limited light being cast on him changes. Then with a shrill, drawn-out noise.
Okay, I want to talk about the Foley in a sec, but Riley asks, how in the speedy blue hell did you get Guy and Tim on board? I just asked. I emailed Tim, and I could pull up that email, but I won't. It's not that interesting. But basically, I laid out what it was, and I had about 5 minutes of edited audio, and just asked him and explained how it felt to me. It felt to me on brand with Worst Idea of All Time for being a terrible idea seen through far beyond when it would be reasonable to see through this idea for a joke. That's the other thing about Ogilvie, that I love jokes that take too long. I love jokes that are just way too much effort for a very stupid idea. And so that's why I love Worst Idea of All Time. It's why I love Lasagna Cat and and I love this one joke. Has anyone heard the coffin joke? The coffin joke is a joke that you spend as long as you can, 20 to 30 minutes generally, telling, where you set up all this world building, and it can be whatever. There's like a general kind of world building that that you can do, but you can do it any different way. But it's just a guy being chased by a coffin that's bouncing towards him, and the resolution of the joke, after you've done 20 minutes of digressing, is that the coffin corners him into a bathroom, and he opens a medicine cabinet and finds cough syrup, and it stops the coffin. I love jokes that are stupid and take too long. I love putting too much effort into a stupid joke, and that kind of is what Ogilvie is. But so yeah, I just emailed Tim, and I said basically that, and I asked for them to be on, and he just said, Tim said, "This has rocked my world," and then before a friend zone, him and Guy recorded some lines. Hey, Sam's here. Hey, Sam. So what was I was going somewhere. Yeah, Tim and Guy, I emailed a lot of people, and more people answered than I thought, but there are like people I emailed to be in this who never answered me. Michael William, the voice of Sonic for Hire Sonic, that was like no shade to Tim and Guy, but I think that was my favorite get, just because he's the voice of that actual character who I wrote in it before I knew that I could get him, and they were down. Lowbrow was down, so that was awesome. I've got the actual Sonic for Hire Sonic in Ogilvie, which is funny because I wrote Sonic for Hire Sonic into Ogilvie without knowing that. Anyway, welcome, Sam. Feel free to provide any commentary you like in the chat. So yeah, this Foley bit, the sound of peeling a giant hot dog package open, that was a hard sound to track down, and I'm very pleased with the sound I tracked down, which I think was like cutting through like metal, like plate metal. I think that's what the sound is.
Cast on him changes. Then with a shrill, drawn-out noise, the room is suddenly filled with light as the wall is torn off.
I just
Looking
read
down
words
on
into it
Sonic
like
is
this.
Robotnik,
Fair.
who was about 10 times his height.
You did more than that, though, Sam.
Sonic's anger gives way to fear.
I don't even know if I had any connection to Sonic whatsoever when I did. Yeah, was it... Did we do this before you were on Sonic the Comic, the podcast? I can't remember now. I think I asked you before, because we met at Dave's Hangouts. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway.
Mobius.
Robotnik reaches in and grabs Sonic, his movements slow, emphasizing his scale. He pulls Sonic out.
I just saw the script and was like, this must be made. Thank you.
Package full of hot dogs. Robotnik haphazardly tosses Sonic into a pan full of sizzling water.
Jesus. Okay. So this was I was too zoomed in editing this, doing the sound design on Sonic being burnt alive in a giant pan on a stove. I was too zoomed in, so I was just like, yeah, that sounds right. Yep, that sounds gnarly as hell. That works. And then when I finally finished the whole thing and listened to it through, I got to that bit and was like, oh, this is upsetting. Which I kind of forgot. And there's a lot in Ogilvie that's like that I was too zoomed in to remember that it was upsetting until I went through it all again. But yeah, it works. Dylan saw the first line of its description on Casting Call and didn't look back. I don't remember what it is. Let's pull that up real quick. I remember you weren't even looking for a narrator, and I was like, no, you don't understand that this is what I do. Yeah, okay, so fun fact about this before, like when I had the idea, I guess I'd been on casting call for a while before I set this up. I'd been doing voice acting gigs. So I knew how they're set up and I knew how to make one, but it was a big project, and so it was a big decision to undertake as a project. So before then, I had tried, I think once or twice, to do an audio version of it that was just me reading it, that was just me, no sound design, reading it dry, and it absolutely didn't work. So Sam, thank you for making me make this. All right. Ogilvie is a self-aware fanfic reinterpretation of Dante's Inferno. Right, that was my pitch. that is a good sales pitch for it. It lives rent free in my head. Thank you. Oh, this is upsetting seems to be the general reaction to Ogilvie. Yep, that's add it to the list of things that could be poster lines.
Yells out in pain, as one does when simultaneously pressed against a hot metal surface and exposed to boiling water across the whole.
Oh yeah. So I said earlier, Sonic spin dashes, but for naught might be the most Ogilvie line in Ogilvie. This is competition.
Against a hot metal surface, Sonic yells out in pain, as one does when simultaneously pressed against a hot metal surface and exposed to boiling water across the whole body. Robotnik slides the pan around on his giant stovetop, Sonic rolling around uncontrollably. His yells are interrupted a few times as his face rolls down towards the pan. Suddenly, the pan stops moving, and Sonic is still. He tries to catch his breath for a few seconds.
Yeah, that's one of the sound effects that's upsetting. Okay, so that was like I had. So for a lot of the gore sounds, what I did was I took an orange, and I just bit into it a bunch of times and then tore it apart to get the sound of like flesh. I think that's what I use along with like a sword sheathing sound effect for the sound of a giant fork impaling Sonic.
3 metal bars.
Turn the Ogilvie audio up a taste. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Let's see. Open OBS. I'm gonna turn up that much, and we'll see if that's enough.
As he screams in pain once again, as Robotnik jabs him with a fork. Lifting him out of the pan, Robotnik brings him over to the counter, where he has a bun Sonic's size.
Sam saying he deliberately put no feeling into any of the narration. It works really well. I feel like, yeah. I don't think it would have worked any other way. And hello, Liam.
On a plate. He lays Sonic down in the bun, pushing him off the fork. Sonic clutches at the punctures in his chest. He tries to stand up. A shadow looms over him. He looks up.
Oh, no. Oh, no.
Like a nightmarish version of Nickelodeon slime, Sonic is drenched in chili.
So that's the clip that I played as like the preview, or that I sent to Sam as the preview clip to advertise Ogilvie on Sonic the Comic Podcast. And B, like a nightmarish version of Nickelodeon slime, Sonic is drenched in chili. Also a very, very Ogilvie line. All right, see you, Riley. That damn generic scream, Rob says. That's the Howie scream, and in the script it said it was the Howie scream, and it couldn't have been anything other than the Howie scream. I think, yeah, that was one bit that Matt recorded. He recorded a scream for that I just couldn't use because it was like really good, and I appreciated him going all out and screaming, but it had to be the Howie scream. I don't know if I use that scream later. Similarly, for the bit at the end where he's killing God, that was a sentence. He recorded this really gnarly, like hyperventilating, yelling and crying clip that was amazing in such a performance, but it just worked better silent, so I felt bad, but I couldn't use it. Hello, Amir. I asked you and give me the I asked you and give me the most fucked up clip from Ogilvie. Yeah, that's the one that is that takes the least explanation.
Bun as Robotnik lifts it, bringing it towards his face.
And it goes
His
all
jaw slowly hinges over,
Attack on Titan.
becoming unsettlingly wide as Sonic nears his mouth. The movie pauses.
Talk about you are what you eat. Am I right? No, but seriously though, I am in an immense amount of pain right now.
The movie is resumed, and Robotnik tosses Sonic and the bun into his mouth, slamming his jaws shut out.
Maxie asks, what's going on? I am playing through Ogilvie, which is a 2-hour audio drama based on... Wait, let me pull up the logline that Dylan loved. Ogilvie is a self-aware fanfic reinterpretation of Dante's Inferno. That's what this is. And as the creator of it, I'm listening through it and providing commentary. Thank you for joining us.
Green Hill Zone, morning.
I promise there's a reason that Sonic is
Tails
nailed on
lies
the crucifix.
ground, not having moved since we last saw him.
And the reason is that it's funny, but there's also a good reason. And that reason is that it's funny, but there's also like a long-winded sort of reasonable explanation. Semi-reasonable, within the context of whatever the hell this is.
The crater and the wrecked Eggmobile are still there. The sun is rising over the mountains behind the lake. A garbage truck arrives, stopping in front of the wreckage. A claw
Hey,
emerges from the
Dylan's
truck
here.
and swings around to the
And
wreckage.
this time I mean Dylan's character,
Grabs
not
the
Dylan
Eggmobile by the wreckage
in the chat.
and it out. As it does, the remains of the Eggmobile begin to crumble, some of them falling back to the ground. The claw swings around and drops the wrecking ball into the back of the truck. As it comes back around to get the rest of the Eggmobile, the driver notices Tails.
Huh?
The driver's side door of the truck swings open, and out hops Coconuts, a robot monkey.
Hey, kid, you're still here?
He runs over to Tails, who's unconscious. Coconuts hesitates, looking back to his truck, before holding Tails by the
Alright, I
shoulder.
promise I wouldn't just be saying this, like I promise I would be saying this if you weren't here, Dylan, but actually it would be easier to say if you weren't here, but man, Dylan is so perfect for Coconuts. Like, I was so happy with how exactly like what I wanted him to sound like he sounded like, and how distinctive and just how fantastic the performance is, and how earnest. I'm so grateful.
To try and wake him.
Oh, jeez, kid, you're freezing. Were you lying here all night?
What?
Your friend never came back, huh?
Tails realizes Coconut is a badnik.
Who are you?
I'm not gonna hurt you, kid. I'm just the janitor.
Janitor?
My name's Coconuts.
You're a badnik.
And you're hypothermic. Hold on, I've got a blanket in the truck.
Coconuts runs over to his truck and climbs back inside. Tails watches him sitting up. He rubs his eyes.
Why do you have a blanket? You're a robot.
Coconuts hurries back and wraps the blanket around Tails' shoulders.
I sleep in the truck sometimes.
Did Robotnik give you the blanket?
Dr. Robotnik? Nah. Some ladies near here run a quilting circle.
Can you even get cold?
Well, not technically, no. It helps me get to sleep, though.
Okay, a few things about it. So, I'm saying I fully maintain the greater, that greater than half of the artistic oomph of Ogilvie consists of the mere fact that it was made. Yeah, it exists, and that's the joke. Also, so Coconuts having, so there's so much going on. Coconut's having a blanket, even though he's a robot and he absolutely doesn't need one, but it just makes him feel better. That I feel very quickly establishes the feel-good vibes that this part of the movie is going to be. Also, the reference to the quilting circle in the like Sonic the Hedgehog Sega of America story Bible. That's a cut that is a deep cut that is appreciated by those who've told me they got it. Yeah.
Happened. I got the gist from Dr. Robotnik, but it didn't make a whole lot of sense to me.
Sonic went through this big ring portal to a special zone.
Is that a normal thing? That happen often?
We knew it was possible. Knuckles has talked about it before.
You the red guy?
Yeah, you know him?
I saw him on a screen somewhere.
What we don't know is what special zones are like. They could be anything. He could be anywhere. I have no idea. No way of knowing.
Boy, that's rough.
Tails tears up and hugs Coconuts.
Well, I want back out just make sure something.
Zones are like.
I saw him on a screen
About it before.
You the red guy?
Okay, no, never mind. Just
I never
that's the first reference to Knuckles, but not the last reference to Knuckles.
Coconuts is caught off guard and doesn't know what to do.
I'm scared. What if I never see him again? What if...
Hey, it's okay, kid. It's okay. I'm sure he'll pop through another portal any second now.
I tried to stay
Happy
awake.
Valentine's Day,
I
Liam.
tried to wait for him.
Hey, you're hardly gonna miss him, are you? Here, you go back to sleep, and I'll wake you if he shows up.
Really?
Sure. Least I can do. He's cleaning up Dr. Robotnik's trash anyhow.
Oh yeah, one of the things I took from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog is the fact that Coconuts always calls Dr. Robotnik in full. That's just one of the ways in which he shows respect for him. The other thing, Yazan and Dylan are both so fantastic, but also just the vibe of like nurturing of this half of the movie, of the fact that Tails is a kid. Tails is 8 years old. The things that happen in Sonic the Hedgehog by default are too big for him. And Sonic is like all he has, so having Sonic be gone has a real scary effect on him, and having somebody new there to nurture him is really interesting to me, and having it be the enemy so dramatic and interesting to me. And there's so much to work with there.
Tails lies down, holding the blanket tight around him. He watches Coconuts. He doesn't know if he wants to trust him or not. Coconuts watches the horizon.
Oh yeah.
A show of
Okay.
watching for the...
So I remember where I was going with that. Is that so Sonic's half of the movie is all stuff that wouldn't happen in a real official Sonic product, right? That's basically all that goes on. It's things going weird. The Tails and Coconuts half, nothing especially weird happens until the end, and so it's just the equally dark repercussions of things that are actually canon to Sonic. Like the what badniks are, the fact that badniks have animals trapped inside them, the fact that they are fighting and popping these robots that are like sentient, and there is a lot of that in Ogilvie too. There's like stuff that's lifted straight out of the Archie comics that's like the room full of paralyzed, roboticized animals. There's stuff in Sonic that is so dark by default that I just have to present it, and it feels as dark as stuff that I made up to be dark.
Portal to comfort Tails.
Hey, Coconuts?
Yeah?
Do you have an animal inside you?
Do I...
Like a squirrel or a chicken or something?
Isn't that a question that Ogilvie was meant to answer in the first place? If the question you're referring to is the above, what the fuck is life, then yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Like a squirrel or a chicken or something?
Yeah, I think so. I don't really like to think about it.
Tails is silent. Feeling his gaze, Coconuts turns to look him in the eye, trying to show that he's being honest.
I know. I get it. I don't like it either. I don't like knowing that I've got some critter trapped inside me. I don't like that life was taken to bring me into existence. But the alternative is me not existing.
Do you know what it is?
No. Dr. Robotnik doesn't bother to tell us stuff like that. It could be anything.
It could be a fox.
Delicious drama. That is so delectable to me, the idea that it could be a fox inside of Coconuts. That's so philosophically challenging, I think.
Coconut stares at him.
And it fits, and that's completely in character for this franchise that is for children. This makes sense.
Looks away.
I'm sorry. That was mean.
No, I deserve that. I mean, we're enemies, aren't we?
Don't say that. I'm happy you exist.
Coconuts looks at Tails and smirks.
No one's ever told me that before.
I'm just gonna pause just because I do move on pretty quick, but the fact that nobody has told Coconuts I'm happy you exist, that is also that feels true to the world that is set up and feels like a character beat I like a lot. That not just is Coconuts nurturing Tails in a way that like Tails needs right now without Sonic and as this like stranded, scared child, but also Coconuts is getting something significant out of this, which is nobody has ever valued him this way before.
You even told me your name.
It's Miles, but my friends call me Tails.
Can I call you that?
Tails nods.
And there's another of the sort of the running theme of real first names in this franchise.
There is a moment of calm as the two sit together in silence. Robotnik's teeth pounds together, mashing the bun and narrowly missing Sonic, who manages to slip away.
This is another like one that was weird to do in Foley, trying to make the sound of being inside a giant man's mouth. And he's anyway, so it's I think like a hammer slamming at a blacksmith shop, and maybe somebody with a bathtub or a bucket full of water sloshing around.
Mashing the bun and narrowly... Robotnik's teeth pounds together, mashing the bun and narrowly missing
Floor
Sonic,
time,
who
yep.
manages to slip away. Then Robotnik's tongue shifts upwards, and Sonic, desperately trying to cling on to something, slides down his throat. Sonic tumbles into the juices in Robotnik's stomach with a splash, followed swiftly by the chewed bun fragments. He's submerged for a moment, before floating to the surface and gasping for air, holding onto a buoyant piece of bun.
Okay, so on the topic of things, oh yeah, this is upsetting. I listened to this with my dad at one point, and he was very grossed out, which I mentioned in the content warning because I think it's funny. But I still can't be grossed out by this scene just because I'm so proud of the sound design in it. I love how it came out and the sound of all the water stuff. That was the most fun to work with, and there's like a lot of stuff going on. There's like when he's underwater, there's like the low pass filter or whatever going on. There's the reverb and the background ambience and everything. I think it's just the like soundscape that worked the best in the whole project.
Trying to catch his breath, he looks at the stomach interior around him. His fear begins to subside. It is promptly replaced with rage.
Motherfucker!
So, this is the only time that that the main Sonic says the F word, and he says it a lot. That this was kind of, I wanted this to be like the scene in Planes, Trains, and Automobiles where that whole movie can be PG except for one scene that could be lifted out but just wasn't, that makes the whole movie R, where Steve Martin swears a whole bunch in one scene. It's also kind of inspired by the bit in Earthbound Halloween Hack, Toby Fox's like Earthbound hack that he made before Undertale, that it has Megalovania in it, the song that plays when you fight Sans. Not the song that might play when you fight Sans, but the song that actually plays when you fight Sans. The scene in Earthbound Halloween Hack where that plays has a weird out of nowhere sweary rant like that, and I kind of love that, and so that's kind of what I'm going for.
Subside.
Also, as an experiment, I was talking about this to my friend Rhiannon, and she like forgot that this is the only place where the F word happens, except for the Sonic for Hire scene later on. And so like as an experiment, I tried to rewrite it without any F words on it. Like tried to write the PG-13 King's speech wants to do better in the theater re-release version of it, and that was also funny. But I think it's funnier having him say the F word a whole bunch of times only here.
He looks at the stomach interior around him. His fear begins to subside. It is promptly replaced with rage.
Motherfucker! The fuck did I do to deserve all this shit? Did I piss off God? Am I in hell right now? I mean, fuck! I killed a man today! And it was me! I killed myself!
He jams up.
Matthew is so good in this.
Was that suicide? Or murder? Fuck if I know, but it was fucked! And then I fell in love. I fell in love like a fucking Richard Curtis movie, and next thing I know, he's gone, and I'm being tortured and eaten alive by the fat fuck I've dedicated my life to preventing from fucking up the entire world! I mean, for real, fuck that noise! Is this supposed to be funny? Is that what this is?
Moment of self-awareness.
No, I'll tell you what it is. It's way past fucking uncool! Is this how I die? Am I just gonna fucking die in here now? Fucking... Ah!
He slams down one fist on the bun as he screams.
Man, that reverb worked really nice.
He stops, and looking at his hands, his expression changes to panic. He looks down into the sea of stomach juices and sees a red glow at the bottom. He flips onto his back, lying on the bun. He closes his eyes and strokes the bridge of his nose like he has a headache. His arm falls limp to his side as he stares up. A text message appears on the screen like earlier. Sonic looks over towards it, his expression remaining cold and neutral.
I miss you.
His gaze returns to above him.
I miss you too.
He rolls over, plunging into the stomach juices. He sinks
So this is a cover of Weak by AJR that I made. All of it is me. It's like me whistling and me playing melodica and stuff like that, and ukulele. It's also, so this is a scene that plays pretty much. It's like one of the most extended scenes in the first animated trailer that I made. And that trailer was set to Overture by AJR, which has like a weak bit in it, and the drop in that is like a big part of that trailer. I wanted it to be in her, and there's also Call My Dad is the credit song, which I wrote into the script originally, but it was kind of important to me to have those songs in here because listening to the album The Click for the first time was something that like got my mind in the right space to write Ogilvie. Like when I was writing Ogilvie, I was listening to that album a lot, and it kind of inspired me because it's great music for listening to and making music videos in your head. So I was thinking about it while I was listening to it, and while I was listening to it, I would come up with these like these moments that felt visually compelling, or moments that I thought would be fun. And so, yeah, it was kind of important to me to have the song in this moment.
Down with bits of semi-digested, indiscernible foodstuffs floating by. At the bottom of the stomach we see his goal, Mario's engagement ring. He swims down towards it, determined. As he reaches the squishy floor, he grabs the ring, hugging it close to his chest. Tears flow from his closed eyes, shooting up through the denser stomach acid. He slides the ring onto his finger, and, with newfound determination, jumps to swim back up. And, unable to swim, promptly falls back to the ground.
Oh, yeah.
Lying face down, Sonic notices a fleshy porthole in front of him on the wall. Robotnik's pyloric sphincter.
I find it funny that Sonic forgets that he can't swim.
Well,
Oh yeah, well, all right. There's a great line in Sonic Underground, which is he jumps into a rowboat like very fast, speeds out across a lake, and then comes back, jumps out of the boat, and indignantly says, "That sea was full of water." Kills me. Sonic Underground's a good show.
guess where that leads. Nope, not happening. I'd rather stay here and die.
A few seconds after he says this, he hears a tune start playing. As he hears it, he shifts uncomfortably. He sits up and crosses his arms. He looks at the sphincter. Disgusted, he looks away. Sonic climbs through the sphincter and falls into the duodenum, finding footing in a dip in the path.
Had to figure out how to pronounce duodenum.
A flood of porridgey homogeneous paste follows after him, the fully digested food from the stomach. He sees it fall down the sheer drop in front of him. As Sonic looks
Oh yeah.
down,
And I duodenum is evidence that I had to research how the digestive system works to write Ogilvie.
the camera vertigo zooms his point of view, and he steps away, dizzy. He sniffs and quickly covers his nose with his hand.
Ugh, nasty.
He looks up and suddenly notices a turquoise chaos emerald floating about 10 feet above the fall.
Oh, you have got to be kidding me.
He looks back and forth between the emerald and the fall. He clenches his fist and, lifting it to his face, kisses his ring.
Wish me luck.
He spits out the stomach slime he just kissed. He steps back, takes a running start, and jumps toward the emerald. In slow motion, he reaches for it, and his finger slips. He starts to fall, panic on his face, but as he tilts around and sees...
I think I used the same slow motion, slow down sound there as slow-mo guys use.
...emerald above him, he homing attacks towards it and grabs it with both hands. He shoots back in the direction of where he jumped from.
Sam asks, oh yeah, didn't we fight about duodenum? I don't think we fought. I think you recorded it one way, which wasn't the way I thought it was pronounced, but it might have been correct the first time. And I had to look up videos of people going, duodenum. Because I definitely thought it was duodenum.
The emerald, but just barely...
Oh yeah, you said duodenum, right.
A ring portal about half the diameter of the duodenum
Matt's really good at
opens
screaming.
a ways down below him, and he falls into it.
I also like the jingle, like pitch shifting down as he falls.
Duodenum opens a ways down below him, and he falls into it. A meeting room. Day. 15 or so people in suits sit around a table strewn with laptops, printed scripts, notes, and drawings. There's a whiteboard with rough sketches of Sonic resembling Naoto Oshima's original Mr. Needlemouse drawings.
If you've listened to this before and you didn't, go Google Naoto Oshima's Mr. Needlemouse drawings. They're funny.
The walls are decorated with movie posters. Super Monkey Ball. To be a hero, it takes balls. Crazy Taxi. Driven to the Brink. Echo the Dolphin. IDFK as a dolphin and there's aliens, I guess. Shenmue, starring some white guy.
All right, hear me out. Cat princess.
Yeah, it's the bot. Okay, I just googled Naoto Oshima. The bottom left one is the one specifically.
Damn it.
The portal opens up above their table. and Sonic falls face first into it, sending papers flying.
So Mike Paul playing the producer in this scene, he killed it. My direction was just, I need somebody to Tim Curry it up.
They slowly flutter back down. Sonic's various burns and wounds are gone.
Huh. That's... Ewan, did you write this?
And there's Chris McFeely's cameo of Sonic the Comic, the podcast. I think the movie posters were the part I had the biggest trouble reading with a straight face, Sam says. Well, thank you.
Ewan,
I'm glad to know about it. Hey, Ewan, that's me.
the screenwriter, is sat at the table typing on their phone.
My pronouns there are there. My pronouns there are they, them. When I first wrote the script, they were he, him. There now she, her. Character arc. But I it's fine that they're they, them there because, you know, they, them is non-specific. I kind of knew I wanted to future-proof that.
Not paying attention. They briefly glance up at Sonic with disinterest, shrug in response to the suit, and return to their phone.
There's also a lot you can deconstruct about the philosophical repercussions of Ogilvie. The fact that the actual creator, the actual God, is sat at this table. Well, a representation of the actual God of this whole story is sat at this table and is completely indifferent.
Where am I?
You're at Sega Pictures.
We make movies.
Precisely. Actually, we were just hard at work on a movie about you. We didn't really expect you to drop in, as it were, however.
Is Mario here?
Some of the suits chuckle, confused.
Actually, he's over at Illumination.
He is.
I think that's AJ's first
Where's
character,
that?
AJ Wild. She's also they're also great.
Fully understand.
Fuck, talk about pronouns and I
This
fuck up
isn't
somebody's
World War
pronouns.
from.
Sorry, AJ.
We exist outside it, pulling the strings.
Oh yeah, okay. So
We're
this bit when I first wrote this, I was kind of thinking that maybe it was true, that maybe the actual narrative of this is that Ogilvie is a movie being made and the producers are the top outside of that, but they're not, because there's so many other things, or they could be, but they're not definitively that, because there are a lot of different versions of what is real in Ogilvie, and I wanted to leave it open to interpretation. So it could be that this is a movie being made, although it is kind of undermined by the fact that, you know, it's not a movie being made, it's a fan fiction thing that I made. And there's also the multiverse stuff that comes in later with Sonic the Zone Cop, and there's also God, and there's also like all of that could be lies. Any of it could be lies, or any of it could be true. And I wanted it to feel like open to different interpretations, because I find that really interesting. But there was a point where it was definitively the movie producers are real, and there was going to be like a super, like a villain song. It would turn into a musical, and there would be a villain song set to the Mystic Cave Zone sung by the producer, which I started to write and then realized this doesn't work, and I dropped it. But if you wanna read the song, the lyrics are on my Patreon.
Producers, movie producers, we're the ones concocting the narrative and writing everything that happens to you.
So, what you're telling me is everything that's been happening to me today is for a movie you're making?
Exactly.
I see.
There's a short pause. Then Sonic launches forward, attacking the producer. He clings to the back of his collar and punches him in the face repeatedly. Ewan looks up from their phone, uneasy, and sneaks away towards the exit.
Security!
Two burly guards walk in from outside and pull Sonic away from the producer. They hold him by the arms, a foot or so above the ground.
Why? Why did you do this to me?
The producer, getting up off the floor, dabs at his bloodied lip with a handkerchief from his pocket. He's shaken, but somehow seems less intimidated than he was before.
You have to understand, we've got to sell a movie. And movies need conflict.
You call an extended 4 sequence conflict?
Sonic the Hedgehog knows what 4 is?
There's some more very Ogilvie lines.
You want to come in here and tell us how to do our job?
I don't know which of those is the more Ogilvie line. You call an extended vor sequence conflict, or Sonic the Hedgehog knows what vor is? I don't know which of those is more this.
It's our story, not yours. We know what makes the big bucks. We've done the focus groups and the online market research.
Please, can you...
So he's already British, but it was in the script. I specified that it had to be said research, not research, just because I was picturing him as Tim Curry. I sometimes get overly specific in the script.
Get me home.
Well, I suppose that's up to you.
You just said...
How about this? I'll cut you a deal.
He gestures to the guards, who drop Sonic back onto the ground and take a step back.
We can write you your happy ending.
Actually, the screenwriter went home.
But first,
Shout out to Mr. Apple.
You're going to do something for us.
What's that?
Well, we're making one Sonic movie.
With a cinematic universe to follow if it sells.
Shout out to Jeremy.
Naturally. But we're still not maximizing profits. You are a hot property, after all. Not as hot as you once were, granted, but we've done more with less before.
What are you saying?
Well, we already licensed you out to Disney for 2 Wreck-It Ralph movies.
I don't remember that.
Oh, we had Roger do it.
Who's Roger?
Hi.
Roger has been sitting at the meeting table off screen.
He's your voice actor.
I'm Sonic. Sonic the Hedgehog.
He sounds nothing like me.
Roger looks crushed.
So there was a point where when Roger Craig Smith was retiring as the voice of Sonic, I had a moment of like, I hope this isn't too mean now that he's retiring. It's not, I don't go too hard on him in this. But now he's back, and no, I don't feel bad about this anymore.
Anyway, we've got another cameo lined up for Ready Player One with Warner Brothers. You think you could do that?
Why doesn't Mr. Fantastic here do it?
Simple. We have to pay Mr. Fantastic. We don't have to pay you.
Alright, could you not call me Mr. Fantastic?
So, I do this movie cameo for you, and then I can go home?
Of course. Do this one thing for us, and we can send you wherever you like.
Wherever?
Sonic is absent-mindedly rubbing his ring with his thumb. The producer grins devilishly.
All right. I'll do it.
The producer
Oh, yeah.
clasps his hand.
I don't know when a good time to say this is, but the art next to me right now is by Mars Cat. Shout out to Mars Cat. It's such a fantastic poster.
Together, pleased.
I pointed the
nods
wrong
toward
way.
the others.
That way.
So how am I getting to the set? Do I get a trailer?
One of the suits drops a cardboard box labeled Demo Props onto the table and pulls out a blue Chaos Emerald. He throws it to Sonic, who catches it instinctively. A portal opens up behind him.
Wait, what? I thought this was just a movie.
It is. Have fun.
He shoves Sonic into the portal, breaking his facade of politeness. Sonic disappears into it.
He didn't sign a contract.
I know.
Are we going to...
He punched me in the face 7 times.
Right. So that...
I was lying, yes.
Very clever, sir.
Would someone get me some ice, please?
That was me.
Sonic
I
falls into
was the
middle
little
of the
sniveling suit.
planet Doom. The ground is covered
Oh.
with snow, and there are mountains in the back.
We're at the Ready Player One bit.
A massive army of various pop culture characters.
So...
attacks a massive...
Just Sonic was in Ready Player One, and that's the reason this scene exists. But also because I like Ready Player One more than most people, and I wanted to write something weird with that. I wanted to play with that and play with the fact that Sonic was in it, and like write a scene that is what could be happening behind the scenes of Sonic being in Ready Player One. But so also at the same time, it's like doing things that it's sort of like a commentary on Ready Player One in little ways, in like Uh, like just fixing things that annoyed me in nerdy ways, like having it be different Ninja Turtles than the Michael Bay Ninja Turtles that I hate, or having it be the specific Mechagodzilla that was in the book because I liked it in the book. I'm gonna embarrass myself if I talk too much about the Ready Player One scene. But anyway, one of the things I wanted to do with it was I think Sirmore is the YouTube channel where it's the guy who Canadian guy who interviews people in VR chat, and they have like weird deep conversations while they're in VR chat and while they're talking through cartoon avatars, and I find that so fascinating and such a fascinating like snapshot of our times. And so I wanted to have a little bit of that in this and use that to kind of show it as like the something interesting you can do with Ready Player One's premise that Ready Player One didn't really do, even though again like and I say that kind of to appeal to people who don't like Ready Player One to pay attention to the Ready Player One scene.
Army of Sixer soldiers defending their shielded fortress. Lasers fly, things explode, and robots and vehicles can be seen dotted throughout the background. We're not going to take it by Twisted Sisters.
Oh yeah, I think also we're at the Circle of Hell from Dante's Inferno that is war. Let me see. 9 Circles of Hell. So first is Limbo, so that was in the Black Void with the old Sonic. Second was Lust, that was Mario. Third was Gluttony, that was Vor. Avarice, so Greed, that was the producers. Wrath, the Wrathful fight each other on the surface of the Styx while the sullen gurgle beneath it. That's where we're at now. And next up is Heresy. I wonder what could be Heresy.
The distance. As Sonic lands amid the carnage, he quickly witnesses several deaths. Junkhead beats someone to death with a croquet mallet. A Sixer blows Gordon Freeman's head off with a gunshot, takes his crowbar, and proceeds to beat down Robin with it, before being grabbed and eaten by Preston, the robot dog from Wallace and Gromit.
Well,
I'm an idiot
this.
sometimes.
Sonic runs away, dodging through the chaos, eventually finding a downed AT-ST to hide behind. He frantically looks around.
Well, Screw This has a lot of Sigourney Weaver and Galaxy Quest energy.
Somebody piloting the Iron Giant notices Sonic cowering and stops to examine him.
Are you camping?
What? No, I am not camping. I am not a video game character.
Uh-huh.
A DeLorean speeds past, diverting the Iron Giant's attention.
Hey, Yo Z, I got you covered.
He runs
So
away.
that's the Iron Giant, or that's Ready Player One, the movie, happening in the background of Ogilvie, just like Ogilvie is kind of happening in the background of Ready Player One, canonically.
Joining the fray of battle.
Okay then, bye Iron Giant. From the movie The Iron Giant?
4 Ninja Turtles from the next mutation run by, readying their weapons.
And there go the Ninja Turtles.
Yeah, I wanted to take out Bay Turtles out of the Ready Player One, but then just replace them with an equally stupid version of Ninja Turtles. So next mutation is the Saban live-action, like Power Rangers Ninja Turtles TV show.
Of course. At least they know how to...
The sound of coins scattering is heard. Raphael's severed head flies from off-screen and lands in Sonic's lap.
Oh shit! Jesus!
After shoving it away, the head lies limp, tongue hanging out, facing up towards Sonic.
More like cool but screwed.
He stands up and talks in the general direction of the sky, hoping to be heard by the producers.
Look, I think there's been some kind of misunderstanding. I thought this would be like a sitcom cameo, where I walk on to thunderous applause, say something self-deprecating, and walk off again. But this looks more like Lord of the Rings, with 100% more lasers.
A Scott Pilgrim avatar takes out a few Sixer soldiers with his glowing sword, before being blown apart by a shotgun blast. His sword falls to the ground a few feet away from Sonic. Sonic looks down at it, looks up at the battle around him, and takes a deep breath. He slowly walks over to the sword. He crouches down to pick it up, and as he does, a laser flies by where his head was a split second before. Sonic's eyes are wide, his teeth are gritted, and the top of his spikes are singed. He straightens back up, leaving the sword.
No, nope. Sonic out.
He peels out and begins running through the battle, dodging weapon fire and debris, ignoring the action around him.
Nope.
In the distance, Mechagodzilla rises from the ground and roars. Sonic briefly turns his head when he hears it.
Nope. No.
A Gregzilla Knuckles avatar carrying a minigun notices him.
Why are you running?
Nope!
He continues running until he reaches the edge of the chaos. He stops to catch his breath before examining his surroundings. In the snow on the ground, he can see a stampede of footprints leading towards the ongoing battle. He breathes heavily, exhausted.
This game is in dire need of a pause button.
Tears form in his eyes. He laughs quietly as they begin to stream down his face. He curls up on the ground. Covering his mouth with his elbow, he stops laughing to let out a muffled scream.
Hey, pussy.
So AJ Wild's character here is awesome, but also Matthew Fisher's performance is just so incredible all across this, and that's one of the great moments. Managing to convey the transition from laughing to crying is super impressive.
He looks up. Standing above him is another character avatar, this time of Sayori from Doki Doki Literature Club.
Why are you crying?
Do I need a reason?
Deep.
She sits down next to him carelessly.
What's your name?
Sonic examines her.
Sonic.
I meant your real name, smartass.
Well,
I kind of liked having an MB play this character, because in my head, as I was writing it, I didn't really know what gender it was, and I thought it could be ambiguous and it could be non-conforming or just unimportant. Having somebody in a Sayori avatar in VR chat feels like a very real, a snapshot of something naturalistic to me, and also Sayori as a character is so loaded with zeitgeist specific connotations and with associations and with thematic associations with, you know, being an icon for depression, and so it's sort of a marker of the conversation that's going to follow here.
Ogilvie, but
Ogilvie?
And then we're at the first time that Ogilvie gets said.
Okay.
No, it's cool. I like it. Ogilvie.
Nobody calls me Ogilvie.
AJ's awesome.
Just Sonic, or the Blue Blur, or Spot.
He stops.
Or Spy?
Just don't call me late for dinner.
He curls back up.
You're funny.
Thanks.
One of the last things I asked AJ to re-record was that bit where she goes, or Spy, because just the way I wrote it, the way that's why I'm messing up, not 'cause, anyway, recorded the line was spa, and it like I'm socially awkward, so it was hard to ask for a retake on. It's always hard to ask for stuff for the things that I want, but I had to as a director. But also like it infuriates me in stuff like Wreck-It Ralph, where I think, yeah, it's Vanellope says, "What's the big whoop about that medal?" And Ralph says, "The big whoop? I'll tell you what the big whoop is." I can't stand that. Get the actors back in if they're not saying the same thing and responding to each other.
So, what's wrong? Do you want to talk about it?
I don't want to be here.
Big mood.
I do not know what that means.
Sayori stands up.
Well, if you don't want to be here, then...
And the character that they're playing is like not even like it Ready Player One is set in the future, but it's so dated to the year that it came out that I wanted to make it feel super dated, and memes that were, I think, still current when I was writing this, or ever so slightly dead. So Big Mood had just been a thing that people were saying, and later there will be spaghetti.
It's a video game after all. You don't have to be anywhere if you don't want to.
Sonic looks up. Sayori is offering her hand out to him. He looks up for a beat, then wipes the tears from his face with the back of his hand. He takes her hand and she pulls him up. With her free hand, she pulls up a holographic menu, and after a few clicks, she throws a portal in front of them. Unlike the ring portals, the other side is fully visible, revealing a room with...
I think it's layer. So the Foley on the holographic screens, I'm pretty proud of, but it's not that specifically. I think it's the portal that comes in a second, because I wanted to do like a different portal sound from the ring portals that was distinct and that sounds like something believable for the portals that they would use in Ready Player One. And I ended up using, for those you'll hear in a sec, like water droplets manipulated through different sound editing stuff.
The wall. Sayori runs into it, pulling Sonic behind her.
There it is.
They walk through the portal into the room. Sonic stumbles clumsily. The room is fairly small, with most of its space taken up by a computer desk in one corner and a bunk bed. The bottom bunk is gone, with a TV set up in its place, and a tower of haphazardly stacked game systems next to it. Opposite the TV are two beanbag chairs. On the walls are anime and punk rock posters. In contrast to the fairly ordinary interior, there's one window in the room through which can be seen the landscape of an alien world, with purple mountains and strange moons in the sky.
It's a Calvin and Hobbes reference, which is kind of clearer in the trailer because I drew it exactly like it looks in the Calvin and Hobbes strip. But I think if you Google Calvin and Hobbes Kazam, you can see what the planet is meant to look like outside Sayori's window. Let me see, is that right? Yeah, if you Google Calvin and Hobbes Kazam, it comes up.
Is this your room?
Yep. Well, my virtual room. My real room is less cool.
Sonic walks around, examining the contents of the room.
How does this place work? Can you just make anything?
Yeah, pretty much. If you're good in Blender.
So, why
I like that too. I like having like a slightly more realistic interpretation of Ready Player One where like the way that it actually works is a consideration.
A mansion, or a castle, or a big open field or something.
She thinks about it.
I don't know. I always liked having forts, you know? Little hideouts that were just big enough for me. I guess maybe it feels like more of a safe space if I can see it all at once.
Sonic looks out the window.
What's your home like? Mansion? Castle?
Big open field.
Delicious dialogue.
Sayori stares at Sonic's body curiously. He notices and shifts awkwardly.
You're new to the Oasis, right? Where'd you get that character model? I've never seen it before. It's definitely classic Sonic, but it doesn't look like the one from Generations. Did you make it yourself?
Sonic looks utterly confused by this line of questioning, so he just shrugs.
Hey, check this out.
She opens up her menu again and swipes a few times, selecting a new character model. Her avatar flickers and changes to Super Mario.
It's me. Hoo-hoo. Spaghetti.
Sonic's eyes widen. He's visibly upset. After a moment, he averts his gaze, pained.
Please change back.
What's wrong?
Please.
Okay, sure, man. Just trying to cheer you up.
Sonic stays silent, still looking away as she goes back to the Sayori avatar.
Look, I know that stuff can be hard.
Sonic turns his head, but not enough to be fully looking at her.
Back on the battlefield. I don't want to project or pretend I understand. The truth is, I don't know how it's hard for you. But I know how it's hard for me.
Sonic says nothing.
Hell, for all I know, you're just wallowing in narcissistic self-pity.
Sonic smiles coldly.
How is it hard for you?
Sonic thinks for a moment.
What's the worst feeling you've ever had? I don't really like how it feels to lose a tooth. Or when you feel cramps in your stomach and you know 45 minutes later you're gonna have diarrhea. Like you've got an Augustus Gloop situation with some German turd blocking the pipes and gallons of liquidy chocolate building up behind him.
Alright, enough. Freaking gross.
I'm trying to remember right now where it was that I heard. There was somebody talking about something specific where it was they wrote something and it was awful, but as soon as they wrote it, it had to exist. And that's kind of how I feel about that gross ass diarrhea line that I wrote in.
Point is, today I topped my previous worst feeling. And then I topped that, and so on, over and over again. I discovered new kinds of pain I didn't know existed. So I think I've earned a little bit of wallowing.
I've got some notebooks if you want to write edgy poetry.
Well, I do have one. It's called Augustus Gloop.
No!
Sonic smiles. His smile falters as he thinks of something.
Look, man.
I think I muted it by accident, sorry.
Do you think I'm a good person?
Look, man. I've known you for a hot 3 minutes. I don't think I can make that call yet. No offense.
I used to be. Or I used to think I was. I used to do the right thing every time. Everything was always clear. It was always so easy, you know?
Kinda.
But it's
such a good
really
line
hard
delivery.
to know what the right thing to do is when everything's so confusing. It's like sensory overload. I thought I knew what was real and what wasn't, what mattered. But I don't think I've been doing a very good job anymore at being who I'm supposed to be.
I get it.
You do?
She plops herself down into a beanbag chair.
Sure. I mean, when I was younger, I was happy all the time. Didn't even have to think about it. Didn't need a reason. I was just content. But now, I find myself getting the reverse of that more often. And it sucks. Real bad.
Sonic's looking at her again now.
So, an interesting thing that happened to that scene is that I was kind of writing all of Sonic's stuff purely based on what I imagined it would feel like at this point for him, and then writing all of AJ stuff kind of based on stuff that I had been feeling a little while before I was writing it. And then COVID happened, and my transition happened, and I ended up listening back to it and relating more to Sonic in retrospect, which is weird.
I'm sorry.
Forget about it. Hey, I've got some video games here. You want to play something?
Are we not already in a video game?
She opens her inventory.
And here comes more of the theming of different levels of reality and of distracting yourself and falling into escapism, I guess.
And scrolls through her game collection.
So that's it? You just distract yourself? Pretend like nothing's wrong?
Well, yeah. What else is there to do?
Sonic thinks about this.
I got Sonic.
She presses the game in her inventory and materializes a Sega Genesis cartridge. She grabs it, getting up to walk over to the TV.
Existential crisis incoming.
She pulls the Genesis out from the middle of the tower of consoles. and after putting the cartridge in it, drops it on the floor in front of the TV. Sonic stays at the window, starting to ramble quietly to himself.
I left people behind. I don't know if I'll see any of them again. But I know for sure that I won't see all of them again. I don't even know if they're still there. Did that world just cease to exist when I left? What do I do with that?
There are no wires, but Sonic 1 boots up on Sayori's screen. She swipes through her inventory again, this time bringing into existence a controller, and returns to her chair.
Yo, Dave's here.
Recognizing
Dave.
the intro music, Sonic walks over to inspect the game. On the screen, Sayori plays through the first
This
act
bit
of
here,
Hills.
the sound of Sonic being played on a Genesis or a Mega Drive, it was created by me. Actually, just playing it on real hardware.
What is this?
Are you serious, man? It's Sonic 1. Vanilla.
Dave saying you're busy. It's no worries, man. We still got an hour to go.
Spike glitch intact. Oh, and it's NTSC, obviously, not the 50 hertz PAL version.
That's me.
Yes.
You're controlling me.
That is how video games function, correct?
He watches as the sprite on the screen obeys the orders of Sayori's button presses. Sonic seems to go dizzy, losing balance and supporting himself.
Oh shit, I didn't even register as Abby's birthday. I gotta say something to the happy birthday to Abby. I'm sorry. Yeah. No worries, Dave. Cool. All these things you say, cool. And tell Abby I said happy birthday, I guess. I feel bad that I didn't say it. I didn't notice if people were saying it in the cherry chat, were they? Yeah, I don't know if you did tell us. Anyway. I mean, it would be weird for me to be the first to say it in cherry chat. Like, dunking on everybody else because I remembered. Anyway.
Sayori notices and pauses the game.
Hey, are you okay, man?
You paused him.
He doesn't mind.
Sonic holds his hand to his head, staring downward. Then he looks up, realization in his eyes.
I'm not in control.
What are you talking about?
I've got to go.
He walks towards the exit. He grabs the doorknob, but it doesn't move. He turns to Sayori and points at her accusingly.
Why is this locked?
Calm down, man.
Why did you lock me in here?
There's not a real door. This room doesn't have an outside. I don't need it to.
Sonic looks around, panicking. He looks at the window. Running towards it, he jumps and, curling into a ball, crashes through. Sonic falls to the planet's surface, followed by chips of shattered glass. He lands on his feet. Behind him,
Oh, Riley's
Sayori's
back.
room is a floating gray
We
cube,
are at... Where are we
featureless
at?
except
I forget when you left, but we've done the vor scene, we've done the movie producer scene, we've done the Ready Player One scene. He's just jumped out onto the alien landscape outside of Sayori's house. Sayori's room.
window. Looking around, he peels
I
out.
really like the visual image, by the way. I don't know how well people are able to imagine it based on my text, but I really like the visual image of being inside this room this whole time and then jumping outside, and then it's just a floating gray cube above this alien landscape with a window in it.
Speeding through the landscape, curving around.
What sort of timestamp are we at, Dave? Exactly an hour. This point here, that was exactly an hour. It just happened there.
He's reached the end, a cliff face where the world around him stops. Beyond it is unrendered empty blackness. He looks out into it.
Take control. This isn't real.
He closes his eyes, and holding his arms up to his sides, falls forward into the darkness. We see Sonic's closed eyes as he tumbles through blackness.
Playing here, Marble Zone sped down 800%, I think. I Paul stretched it, and I think Dave, you were helping with this because you recommended that it should like have a delay so that it like moves across audio channels, which I think I did use.
His face wrinkled.
The version that you mocked up for that in the final version, I think. Helping.
Graves, as if we're watching a time lapse.
And there goes Riley again. See you soon.
He face plants into a floor we can't see. He stands up slowly and looks around.
Dave knows where
Blood
in his
trickles
neighborhood he was walking for this and every bit. I love that.
His nose, which he wipes away indifferently with one hand, staining his white glove.
Wow.
In the distance,
He stains his clean white glove with red blood.
This isn't real.
Sonic begins walking slowly in the direction of the voice.
Hello? This isn't real.
The other Sonic speeds towards him, stopping a few feet in front of him. Our Sonic doesn't stop walking.
You're not...
Our Sonic plunges his hand into the other Sonic's chest. Blood seeps down his torso as the two Sonics make eye contact. The other Sonic is terrified. Our Sonic is cold and calm.
Strange, isn't it?
He pulls his arm back.
Such good delivery.
The other Sonic falls to the ground.
And more of me squishing an orange for that
Sonic
Foley.
isn't holding a heart. He's holding a yellow Chaos Emerald, dripping with blood.
Dave saying for a dramatic audio production produced on the internet, you really managed to find a lot of people with acceptable microphones. Yeah, it worked out. Yeah, there were people that it took a lot of cleaning up, but in the end, yeah, it worked out really nice.
As the portal appears, Sonic looks around. He looks at the corpse at his feet.
I'm trying to remember if anybody auditioned whose mic was too bad. I can't remember.
At the portal.
This is my choice. Through whatever chaos is to come, I am in control.
Where are you now? Interesting.
Huh. I should have taken one of those notebooks.
He steps through the portal. Mount of Olives. Night. Sonic kneels alone, muttering a prayer with his hands together.
So I think this might have been the first thing I wrote. I think I wrote the crucifixion scene and then wrote everything else around it. Yeah, because it is directly pulled from the King James Bible. So I always love to say I'm pretty sure this is the most direct adaptation of the crucifixion scene that exists in this medium. Dylan saying he used an iPhone 6S and voice memos. Yep, it took some cleaning up, but it worked out.
He is now wearing a baggy cloth shirt and a robe. He still has his ring, but the bloodstains have disappeared.
Oh, my father. If this cup may not pass...
I mean, obviously, I wrote it first, but there are bits in it that I came back and added once I had continuity to build.
Except I drink it, thy will be done.
He stands and walks over to a clearing, where 11 people are sleeping in bedrolls around a fire. Sonic looks down on them.
Sleep on now, and take your rest.
Sonic turns and sees, in the distance, an approaching mob of priests and elders brandishing swords and sticks. Leading them is Tails, holding a torch.
Behold, the hour is at hand.
Rob saying the crucifixion was the first bit you were exposed to. Yeah. What I want to say about that is the reason Rob witnessed it is because I was writing Ogilvie while going to college, just like on my laptop whenever I had time. So there were times where I was in the cafeteria coming up with Ogilvie, and I did. There's a scene I don't know if I should talk about. There's a deleted scene that I didn't use that I was rolling around and getting feedback on. And I remember like asking I think I asked Rob, I think I asked different people like what they expected, like what they would want out of a Sonic movie, and a lot of people told me Knuckles, which is how I ended up with the Angel Island scene. But also, no, actually, that was the end of that thought. I don't know why I kept going. The even newer Testament in Knuckles. And my dad's here. Hey, Dad.
Trade into the hands of sinners.
Tails speaks quietly to the man closest to him.
Whomsoever I shall kiss, that same is he. Hold him fast.
Rise, let us be going. Behold, he is at hand that doth betray me.
The sleeping disciples stir at this, and realizing what's happening, begin to get up and stand at Sonic's side. Nearing Sonic, Tails hands his torch to the man he'd been speaking to, and embraces Sonic in his arms.
Hail, Master.
Pulling him close, Tails kisses Sonic. They separate.
It's in the Bible.
Friend, wherefore art thou come?
Two of the mob grab Sonic's arms. Reacting, one
Mark
of the
III
disciples
and
of
Luke.
Sonic's side draws a sword and slices at the man.
Yeah, because Mark III, Luke had lock-on technology. You had to lock Mark III into Luke to play Mark III and Luke.
Left arm,
or to read it.
cutting off his ear.
I forgot. That's my scream, and that's a scream that I did in my friend Simon's car, and that scream is at the end of my Keys delivery service video. I just recorded some screams to use for different projects while I was in his car.
Man holding Sonic's left arm, cutting off his ear. The man falls back, yelling in shock. The other man releases Sonic's arm, retracting in fear.
Put up again thy sword into his place, for all they that take the sword shall perish with the sword. Thinkest thou that I cannot now pray to my Father, and he shall presently give me more than 12 legions of angels? But how then shall the scriptures be fulfilled, that thus it must be?
The disciple looks at Sonic in confusion, backing away. Sonic turns to address the mob.
Are ye come out against a thief, with swords and staves, for to take me? I sat daily with you, teaching in the temple, and ye laid no hold on me. But all this was done that the scriptures of the prophets might be fulfilled.
Looking at each other, the disciples, weeping, begin to flee. One locks eyes with Sonic, nodding. Sonic nods back, forgiveness in his eyes. The men take Sonic's arms once again and lead him away. Common Hall. Morning. Sonic kneels in the middle of the room, surrounded by Roman soldiers. As he stares at the floor, they tear off his clothes. Once he's naked, still wearing his shoes, they put a red robe on him. The crowd of soldiers part as, in mock solemnity, one soldier approaches Sonic, carrying in both hands a crown of thorns. As they put it on his head, the crowd cheers. It pierces his forehead, and trickles of blood run down Sonic's face. A soldier shoves a reed into Sonic's right hand, and several soldiers kneel mockingly in front of him.
Hail, King of the Jews!
Hail, King of the Jews!
Sonic continues to stare at the floor, repressing any reaction. Tails' home. Day. Tails sits on the floor in the dark, rocking back and forth as tears stream down his face. He puts his fingers to his lips and feels them. He stands up and throws a noose over a support on his ceiling. Suddenly the movie pauses, with a VCR pause symbol in the bottom corner and flickering static on screen, and Sonic appears.
Hey kids, I just felt you should know that, believe it or not, the King James Bible does not follow the World Health Organization's guidelines for representing suicide in the media. According to those guidelines, what they should have done is taken the opportunity to educate the public about suicide and provide information about where to seek help. What they shouldn't have done is presented suicide as a solution to a problem or explicitly described the method of suicide.
This part illustrates that if the Sonic fandom has nothing else, it has the goddamned audacity. All of what Sonic is saying is accurate, and it is something that I care about.
Remember, if you take your own life, you don't regenerate.
And that's his line in Wreck-It Ralph. If you die outside your own game, you don't regenerate. Ever. Game over.
Ever. Game over.
Sonic speeds out of shot again. The pause symbol switches to a fast-forward symbol. Speeding over Tails is hanging and resuming in the next scene. Outside Jerusalem's walls, day. We see Sonic, bloodied, and nailed to a wooden cross. His is between two other crosses where men are crucified beside him. There are nails in his wrists, and above his head is a sign nailed to the cross that reads, "This is Sonic, the King of the Jews," in Hebrew.
I assumed that was just a Doctor Who joke because it was you. No, yeah, I'm glad that somebody's finding out for the first time that that's his line in Wreck-It Ralph. Yeah, as soon as I got to the end of that bit, if you take your own life, you don't regenerate ever. It's also. I might just have his speech from Wreck-It Ralph ingrained because I was the right age when Wreck-It Ralph came out, that Sonic being in it was such a big deal to me.
A voice is heard yelling at Sonic from below.
Thou that destroyest the temple and buildest it in 3 days, save thyself. If thou be the Son of God, come down from the cross.
Priests and scribes join.
Here come Tim and Guy.
He saved others, himself he cannot save. If he be the King of Israel, let him now come down from the cross.
Yeah, and May too.
We'll believe him. He trusted in God. Let him deliver him now, if he will have him. For he said, I am the Son of God. Ho ho! Laughable.
Guy there contributing one of the few ad-libs in the whole thing.
We see Sonic's face, holding in the pain as the sun sets.
Eli, Eli, lema sabachthani.
His head drops down, exhausted, his eyes closed. The clouds shift and change dramatically.
Why did they agree to do this? Somebody asked that earlier, and I just explained it to them. I gave them the pitch, and Tim wrote back that I had rocked his world. Yeah, it's so good.
Suddenly, something small and white falls from the clouds. It hits Sonic in the head, waking him. Sonic stares up at the clouds, then down at what hit him. A white Chaos Emerald. Sonic looks back up. The text is above him. Sonic got a Chaos Emerald. A ring portal opens underneath the cross, which falls in whole. A grassy clearing. Dusk. A portal opens up, dropping Sonic onto the ground, still nailed to the cross.
Dave, which bit are you, what did you splutter at? Sorry, What, just the fact that, the cross fell in whole? Is that what was funny?
Sonic looks back up. The text is above.
And is his finger a reference to Leonardo's finger? Maybe.
Got a chaos.
It's up to you.
A ring portal opens underneath the cross, which falls in whole. A grassy clearing. Dusk. A portal opens up, dropping Sonic onto the ground, still nailed to the cross. As it hits the ground, the cross shatters, freeing Sonic.
Dave, I do still need to know which bit you spluttered at.
But the blood...
The Chaos Emerald jingle and Sam saying Sonic got a Chaos Emerald so seriously. Yeah, I guess so. That's again me doing the being too zoomed in to remember that this is all so weird.
Dripping from
and I guess I should read that properly for people listening. Dave says, no, the Chaos Emerald jingle and Sam saying Sonic got a Chaos Emerald so seriously. I don't know why it tickled me so much. I think it was because of how we were in a crucifixion scene just now.
The rest of his scars, as well as his beard, are gone, though he's still wearing his ring. In the background, we see the sky and a dramatic formation of orange clouds. He looks down at himself. He pulls the nails from his wrists, pained. Staring at them in his palm, he drops them. As they fall and bounce off part of the broken cross,
Matt Fisher sells that so hard. The fact that hurts.
In Sonic's eyes.
So
he holds his head in
visceral.
His hands, his fingers pressed against his temples. Green Hill Zone. Day.
I might do it too much in Ogilvie, but I love abrupt cuts so much.
Tails lies on the grass with his blanket.
So funny to me.
Like we saw him before. He slowly opens his eyes. He looks around. Coconuts isn't there, though we can still see his truck.
Dave saying it about the Sonic God Chaos Emerald. It hit me like if there was a serious Jesus crucifixion scene that ended with the Mario or Sonic death jingle and everything else straight, and after everything else straight, doing everything. Yep.
Coconuts? Coconuts!
Coconuts jumps out of the truck. He's carrying a tin lunchbox.
It's okay. I'm here.
You said you'd stay and watch. You said you wouldn't leave.
I just went to get some food. Aren't you hungry?
Please, don't leave me alone again.
Hey, it's okay. I'm right here. Hey, do you like,
He opens the lunchbox. It has a picture of Curious George on the front.
So I had that lunchbox. I wrote it in because it was like an artifact from my childhood. Our Curious George lunchbox has, since I was probably 5, housed the letter fridge magnets that we used to have on the fridge when I was little. So I used the actual one for the sound effect of it opening here.
Caesar salad?
Not really, no.
Me neither.
Then why do you have it?
In case I ever have to give away my lunch to someone who likes Caesar salad. Duh.
Coconuts opens the Tupperware container with the salad in it. Holding it up to his nose, he sniffs it before recoiling.
Oh boy. I think I packed this one too many times.
It's salad. What's the worst thing that could happen?
Coconuts holds out the open container to Tails. Tails leans forward and sniffs. He's disgusted, amused, and confused.
What is that?
I think it's rust? Maybe?
Rust!
Coconuts dips a finger in the salad and tastes it.
Maybe.
Rust salad?
Yeah, Rust Salad. That'd be a good band name.
You think?
Yeah. Do you play anything?
So wholesome. So
Not
nice.
really.
Aw, come on. You must play something.
I write.
You write? Songs?
They're not good.
Well, perfect. That's totally on brand. You think Rust Salad's gonna be performing good songs? All right. So you write the songs, and I'll provide the vocals. Hey, come on now. I got a beautiful singing
Such
voice.
a great laugh.
Honest.
Stop.
Now you're just hurting my feelings. Hey.
Genuinely
is
impressed that
anybody gonna come look at
Yazan could do that so well, because laughing is like, I don't know for everyone else, but that's the hardest part of voice act for me, is pretending to laugh.
For you, do you have any family? Any other friends?
Just Sonic. And Knuckles.
Said Sonic and Knuckles.
But he's off on Angel Island. Sonic's solid guy. He's my picket fence.
And that's I said I would come back to this. That's the Adventures reference. If you let me find, I think it's called the L Word. If you look that up, it's a clip from Adventures of Sonic the Hedgehog, the cartoon show. And it's from the episode where they're looking for Tails' family, and at the end they don't find him, but the resolution is that it's okay because Sonic is Tails' family. So he doesn't have a nuclear family, but he has Sonic, and Sonic's his house. Sonic is his picket fence. So that's what it's a reference to. He's my picket fence. So even if you don't get that reference, I feel like it evokes enough how much Sonic is his family.
And Knuckles, but he's off on Angel Island. Sonic's solid guy. He's my picket fence.
Will you introduce us when he comes back?
Tails' eyes shine. He smiles, a shaky smile. He feels like he might start crying again if he talks, so he just nods. Coconuts smiles reassuringly.
Does he like Caesar salad?
Suddenly, a portal opens up in front of them. Tails jumps to his feet.
Here comes May again.
You can ask him yourself!
Coconut stares up at the portal, curious but concerned.
Dave, if you're still here, you missed earlier. May said that welcome to Ogilvie, where all of the punishment is undeserved and all of the Robotniks are girls.
Portal flies Dr. Eggman in his Eggmobile.
Get behind me.
I can take him.
You are 7 years old. Get behind me.
8.5.
Coconuts pushes Tails behind his back.
Batnik!
Hey there. Who might you be?
Tails insisting that he's 8.5. I love that. That feels like such a real kid thing to do.
Cousin?
Something like that, yes. Where is Dr. Robotnik?
His lair's on top of a mountain a few miles north of here.
Much obliged.
The Eggmobile flies off into the distance.
What was that about?
Couldn't tell you.
You're not gonna leave, are you?
Nah. My orders are to clean up Dr. Robotnik's mess. He never said anything about dealing with his relatives. They're his problem.
You haven't been cleaning up much of his mess since he got here.
I see how it is. I give you my blanket and my delicious lunch, and you get on my case for taking an extended break.
I just don't want him to get mad at you.
Do you want to help me then?
Can I drive the truck?
Absolutely not.
Oh, come on, just a little bit. You can teach me. I already know how to fly a plane.
You do not.
I do.
We'll let you fly a plane.
Dylan and Yuzan are so good.
Sonic is on his knees.
Everybody's
the
so
sky
good.
behind him is still a brilliant orange along the horizon, fading into darkness above. Sonic stands up and turns to look toward the horizon. As he does, the camera shifts to reveal what we couldn't see before. A city down beneath the...
Alright, Dave's leaving. See you, Dave.
Clearing where Sonic's...
Have a good night.
As the camera tilts down, the city fills the screen, the orange horizon above it. Sonic,
And
back
we're
to the
into
camera, seems small in
the
comparison.
second kaiju
until a
scene.
dolly zoom pulls in,
Because
with
the
Sonic
Robotnik
closer,
scene
the
before
city
the Vor
becoming
scene is
tiny
a
at his feet.
kaiju scene, but this is
Cut to
a
his
really
face.
kaiju scene.
He breathes heavily, frowning. Suddenly, a barrage of tiny pellets sting the side of his face. He flinches, covering his cheek with his hand, as the source flies by his head, a tiny jet.
What?
As the jet comes back around for another run, Sonic's expression becomes more determined. When it nears, he catches it in his hand. Holding it for a moment, he crushes it in his grasp. It explodes between his fingers. Sonic turns to the city curious and, stepping forward, slides down the hill on his feet until he reaches it. The buildings are small, or more accurately, Sonic is massive. He looks to his feet, seeing a 6-inch bus. Intrigued, he picks it up, holding it vertically, and looks through the windows. Inside, little people are falling around, panicking.
So that sound sped up. Earlier, the scream when the guy gets his ear cut off was when I was in Simon's car and we just recorded a bunch of screams to use in videos later, and one of them ended up in the Kiki video. That's just the whole clip played fast. So that's me and Simon.
Sonic's surprised. A siren begins sounding across the city, drawing Sonic's attention and making him look up from the bus in his hand. He
The
straightens
sound of
and
that siren
lowers
is
the
like
bus
the
to his
most
side.
Godzilla movie thing to be.
More jets arrive in a trail formation, one after the other in a row. A smirk grows on Sonic's face as an idea dawns on him. He winds up, then throws the bus into the flames, taking them all out in one stroke. As he does so, his expression changes, letting out the anger and pain in him with the catharsis of the throw. His movements are at full speed, not slowed down like a kaiju movie, or like Robotnik in the kitchen. He stops, the gravity of what he just did occurring to him. He steps back and stares at the burning shrapnel scattered across the road in front of him.
I was a hero. I fought for what was right. Now what am I? Some kind of... Ah!
From the right, a tank shell hits him in the eye, interrupting his train of thought. He puts his hands to his face and yells out in pain.
Oh shit, biscuit ass, damn it!
The echoing on his voice because he's huge and in a city feels quite Ultraman to me.
Holding the injured eye tight, he glares down with his other at the ground, seeing the tank responsible. He marches over to it and stomps on it several times, like a kid stomping on a wasp that just stung him. He stops, panting.
One of the impact punch noises that I use a lot of times throughout Ogilvie is from an old YouTube video I made called Detecting Detectives in the Case of the Mysterious Mysteries. There's one bit where, to make the noise of Batman punching the Joker, because that's the kind of video it was, I punched like a sort of a stool, like a cushiony stool, and it just had a really good punch impact sound. So I used that a few times, and that's what you hear when he's stomping the tank.
To the left, a squealing missile can be heard shooting towards him. He raises his right arm out, his palm open, and the missile hits it and explodes. He looks in the direction it came from, and standing in the city is a figure his height, Mecha Sonic from Sonic 3. The robot's arm is raised, having just fired the missile. He throws down both arms as his single red eye glows brighter.
And then that sound effect is, I think, Gigan? Yeah, it's Gigan from Godzilla Save the Earth, the video game.
He lets loose a blast of laser fire. Sonic sidesteps it, looking behind him to watch it explode into the cliff face. Returning his eyes to the robot, Sonic walks forward with determination. When he's close enough, Mecha Sonic, raising his fists, tries to jab him, but Sonic dodges and gets him in the face with a left hook. In a flash of sparks, Mecha Sonic falls to the ground. Getting on top of him, Sonic starts pummeling the robot. Mecha grabs Sonic by the ear, interrupting the barrage and, pulling, headbutts him. Still holding his ear, Mecha kicks Sonic backwards, sending him flying into a building. As Sonic, still on 2 feet, pulls himself out of the building, he notices something and feels for his ear.
I think this all worked out. All of the like buildings being destroyed sound fully, because I feel like it was the most daunting the soundscape I had to build,
which was just torn off by a Mecha Sonic and is bleeding down his hand. From a nearby rooftop, a man with a camera films the fight. The man grins, pleased by what he's capturing on film. Behind him, another man shifts nervously.
Hey man, I think we should get out of here.
The cameraman turns around angrily.
Shut up! I'm filming! I need the sound!
Behind him we see Sonic picking up Mecha Sonic in the man's camera display. Sonic throws him in the direction of the two men. The man turns around, finished reprimanding his friend in time to look up. The shadow of Mecha Sonic looms over him.
Oh.
So Tim recorded quite a few O's there, but I love the utterly inappropriate, he's about to die, and his reaction is, oh. Kills me.
Mecha Sonic crashes through the building, leveling it. Sonic walks toward him menacingly.
Get over here, Mecha Mike Tyson!
Looking
that was another
Mecha
line
Sonic
that I remember Rob saying, God damn it, when he read it for the first time.
Ignoring him, Sonic grabs one of his arms, and after 2 hard pulls, tears it out of its socket. He proceeds to swing the arm down on Mecha Sonic.
That's another great bit of the sound of his head being pulled off. That's a great bit of Foley that I found that was like, it was something weird, like destroying machinery. Like I had to go through a lot of weird videos to find the right sounds for all these kind of things.
On the 4th blow, the glass of Mecha Sonic's eye cracks. Then, lifting the arm above him, Sonic plunges the shoulder end down onto Mecha Sonic's
Anything dramatic happening in a Kiwi accent is very funny. Yeah,
you hear
fair.
Mecha Sonic power down. As Sonic
also, O is the same sound of as like no, which they say with like 4 or 5 syllables. No.
The arm sticks in Mecha Sonic, wrist deep. The hand is still wobbling back and forth from the force of the impact. Sonic chuckles at it and waves back. He stops and looks around for a moment, confused.
Another great, perfect Foley sound of the robot arm waving. Don't even remember where I got that noise. I'm not sure.
Here's the emerald. Come on, I did the thing.
He points at Mecha Sonic. After a moment, he hears the sound of whirring jets and turns to see 2 more robots flying down towards him. Metal Sonic and Mecha Sonic from Sonic 2. Yes, there are 2 characters in the main series Sonic timeline named Mecha Sonic, Don't at me, that's canon.
So if you've been here for the whole time that I've been, however long I've been recording now, or streaming now, I said earlier that I submitted the script to screenwriting film festival feedback competitions and got feedback back written by like professional film critics. And one of the notes that I remember getting that killed me is that professional scripts shouldn't have "Don't at me" written in them.
Oh, you're joking.
As Sonic is turned around, the Mecha Sonic on the ground behind him boots back up and stands, arm still lodged in its head. With his remaining arm, he gets Sonic in a headlock. Sonic grabs at the arm, trying to free his neck. He closes his eyes, struggling. When he opens them, the two robots have reached him. He takes a punch to the face from Metal Sonic, then a knee to the body from Mecha Sonic, too. Metal Sonic stomps on his foot. Mecha Sonic hits him with an uppercut. Sonic spits out a mouthful of blood.
I am the son of God, and you will show me some respect.
Interrupting, Metal Sonic roundhouse kicks him in the head.
All right, that does it.
Sonic spin dashes in place, freeing himself from Metal Sonic 3's grip. Sonic speeds forward, plowing through Mecha Sonic 2, and leaving a round, sparking hole in his chest. He teeters lifelessly, then falls to the side. Sonic begins running in a curve. Watching him, Metal Sonic's eyes glow the same way Mecha's did when he charged up his laser blast. Metal tracks Sonic, waiting for an opportunity. His targeting system predicts Sonic's semicircle path.
That targeting system is the loading screen from Star Wars Battlefront.
And moving his gaze to the end of the path, Metal lets loose the laser fire. As he does, Sonic jumps up, curling into a ball and dodging the laser. Instead, it hits what was at the end of Sonic's path, Mecha Sonic 3. The explosion sends...
Oh, sorry, Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy. Welcome to the thing. We've still got quite a bit to go, so no worries.
Leaving no recognizable trace of Mecha, save for the arm, which, after a second, falls to the ground where Mecha was standing. Metal looks around.
This is Jeremy, who y'all might know as... can I even pull the line? And the cinematic universe to fall off its cells.
After a moment, he hears the sound of Sonic's homing attack and turns in the direction of the noise. From Metal's perspective, we see Sonic flying towards him with a kick. Metal falls to the ground. He starts to get up, but Sonic's shoe comes down on his face, stomping him back into the ground. Metal raises his head again, and Sonic stomps it down again. As he raises his head one more time, this time more slowly, we hear Sonic struggling on screen. Then a building comes down on Metal's head, crushing it. Metal's arms raise, feeling around for a few seconds, looking for his head. When they don't find it, they fall down limply.
I love that.
From out
I
of the
love
building,
that as a beat.
a purple chaos emerald rises, smashing through the rubble. Sonic grabs it impatiently as the jingle plays and the text appears. This time reading, Sonic got them all.
So that's it, right? I'm done now? I can go home?
A ring portal appears below his feet. Disoriented, he falls in, clawing at the air. We see an establishing shot of Robotnik's lair, complete with a gold statue of himself. Robotnik's
Here's Ogilvie versus Julian Robotnik, aka if Robotnik was just me, and me being chill and being a supervillain, but kind of just just being along for the ride and not thinking about it too hard.
Evening. Robotnik is sat on a very large armchair in front of his TV, wearing a red and white spotted pajama shirt, slippers, and a nightcap. He's eating cotton candy flavored ice cream straight out of the tub with a scoop. On the TV is an episode of Riverdale.
Man, so if you listen closely, that's the Riverdale version of Sugar Bum 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 Bum. Honey, honey.
Archie got edgy.
Archie.
He downplayed.
So, when I wrote that, I just thought, "Whoa, Archie got edgy" is such a funny line to write. Like it's so Robotnik as just a lame guy. Like it's such a lame thing to say, I think, and I love that. But also Archie got edgy. Maybe it's an in-joke. Who knows? Because Archie Sonic.
The sound of a doorbell rings out.
Does this whole scene happen with Robotnik not wearing pants? I described the pajamas he's wearing, and it's a specific reference because if you Google pajamas Robotnik, it's the first design, the first character design of Robotnik is him in the spotty red shirt and slippers, which is if you Google pajamas Robotnik, it's the third one that comes up. Although that's fan art. Where's the real one? It's down a little ways. Anyway. That's what it's a reference to.
Direction. Pauses for a beat. Then downs another bite of ice cream before returning his attention to the TV. Eggman smashes through the wall in his Eggmobile, startling Robotnik, who jumps back and hides behind his chair, still clutching his ice cream. He shoots his arm back over to the chair, grabbing the TV remote and pausing the show.
What the shit, dude? Can't a guy get any privacy around here?
You are this universe's Dr. Robotnik?
Yeah, that's me. Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?
I am Dr. Ivo Robotnik from Universe 29912211.
Which that string of numbers is just the date that the first issue of Archie Sonic released flipped backwards, I think.
Oh, cool. I'm from Universe. Get the hell out of my house.
Do you know where the Chaos Emeralds are?
Yes. Back out the way you came.
Eggman arms a laser blaster on his Eggmobile. Robotnik backs up and raises his arms, intimidated by the threat.
Hey, cool it, okay? Chill. They're in the special zones. I tried to get them today, but Sonic foiled my genius scheme.
Oh, yes? What scheme was that?
I shot him.
You.
With a gun.
Robotnik mimes the action of shooting a gun with his hand.
Why didn't I ever think of that?
He dismisses the thought.
So, the emeralds are still in the special zones.
Well, Sonic went in instead of me, and he's not out yet.
So what did you do?
I came home and watched Netflix.
Eggman stares on in disbelief for a beat, then turns his eyes to the TV.
What? I failed. I fail a lot. I wanted to cheer myself up a little.
You're a pathetic excuse for a Robotnik.
Hey, don't judge me. I'm living my best life.
Eggman turns the Eggmobile around and flies back out the hole he left in the wall.
Yeah, you better run.
I love Julian as a character so much.
The blinking red light flies through the hole.
Time to kill him.
And bounces
Maybe he's alive. I think he survived it.
Before rolling to a stop in front of Robotnik. It blinks with increasing speed, making an ascending beeping noise. Robotnik looks down at it, panicking. He turns his ice cream tub upside down and places it on top of the ball. As Eggman flies away, an explosion erupts from the middle of the layer, which collapses inward.
So yeah, it's hard to argue that he could have survived that, but I have thought about doing a follow-up that's specifically about that version of Robotnik, about Julian, and called Julian, because that feels like a good Ogilvie and Julian. I like that. But the only idea I have is him waking up in a hospital, and everything that happened in Ogilvie is over and has happened. So like Sonic's gone, and Julian wakes up in a hospital and his parents are there, and he has like supportive, nice parents despite being a supervillain. But that's all the ideas I've had for that. So I haven't written that, and I can't promise that's ever going to exist.
Though he fell through a horizontal portal, the one that spits Sonic into his new surroundings is vertical. He flies out and lands on the ground with a tumble. He has both his ears, his wounds erased by the teleportation once again. Up on his hands and knees, and holding his head in pain, Sonic adjusts and looks around. The room is metallic and dark, illuminated only by an excess of computer monitors. What matters to Sonic is that it isn't home.
No.
He slams his fist down on the ground.
No! I'm done! Put me home!
I just want to say I love the sound design in this too. I think I used like a different reverb from the reverb I used for the Void. It's like a more metallic sounding one. Julian sees his girlfriend next to a sea containing all human souls. Maybe. Time for unimaginable violence. You got that right.
Through the hard part. Sonic looks up. Then, with a confused expression, he tilts his head to one side. In front of him is Sonic the Zone Cop, a similar-looking blue hedgehog clad in an armored uniform and a visored helmet. He's standing at a 90-degree angle to Sonic. As we can see more clearly now, the entire room is at a 90-degree angle. As he stands up, Sonic's feet are placed firmly on a wall, his personal field of gravity perpendicular to that of Sonic.
Okay, that's Dan Slott's idea from the Archie Sonic the Zone comic, which I owned because I bought it specifically because it was the one Archie Sonic comic that has a Sonic Underground crossover in it. But then I found out that Dan Slott wrote a Sonic multiverse story and then went on to write Spider-Verse, like the actual Spider-Verse comic arc. So I find that really funny that I get to do some Spider-Verse type stuff. But no, I have plausible deniability because it's based on a thing that the guy who wrote Spider-Verse wrote before he wrote Spider-Verse. Sonic did it first. Also, perpendicular universe is genius. The Sonic the Zone Cop as an idea is so good.
I don't want to ask.
You're in the no zone. You know about parallel universes?
Yeah, I've seen movies.
Well, this is a perpendicular universe. Perpendicular to all the parallel universes.
Oh, I get it. Cute.
From here, I keep
Such
watch
good
over
delivery.
the multiverse. I'm a zone cop. Zana, the zone cop.
Cool. So why am I here and not home?
It's what they call a matter of the utmost importance.
It always is.
No, not this important. Not across the entire multiverse important. That's why I needed all of us.
What do you...
Sonic turns to his right and sees a crowd of different Sonics of all shapes and sizes standing together. Among them are Boom
Here
Sonic,
we go.
Toei
The
Sonic,
bit
OVA
where we
Sonic
just
wearing
list
his favorite clones,
different kinds of Sonic
Adventure Sonic,
for like a
Saturday
minute.
Sonic, Underground Sonic, X Sonic.
I thought about speeding
live
this
action
up
movie
and like
Sonic,
playing Sonic music,
post-redesign
but
live
it didn't
action
really
movie
work.
Sonic, IDW Sonic.
Oh yeah,
Unicorn
and also
Spectrum
in the
Sonic,
original version of the
Japanese
script, it
instruction
just said
manual
Movie
Sonic,
Sonic
Dreamcast
because I wrote it
Sonic,
before Sonic got
Lilac
redesigned,
from
but
Freedom Planet,
after we'd
Claymation
seen the
commercial
leaked
Sonic,
design and knew it looked
Pakistani
horrifying.
McDonald's Sonic, Werehog Sonic, Riders Sonic, Arcade Game Police Sonic, Sonic, Lego Sonic, and countless other variations on modern and classic Sonic.
Yeah, sure. Why not? Whole bunch of me's. Makes sense.
As Sonic and Sonic speak to one another, Sonic keeps staring at the crowd. We've been waiting for you.
Did you say the thing?
A Sonic speaks out from the crowd.
You know it.
Mr. Fantastic?
What?
Hey, guys, would you like to introduce yourselves? The crowd responds in unison.
I'm Sonic! Sonic the Hedgehog!
Adds one Sonic dressed as Batman.
The Sonic dressed as Batman. that's one of the Sonics in the Archie Sonic multiverse.
Ditto. So, what's the sitch then?
Archie Sonic steps
What about
forward.
Neander Sonic? Nope, no. I think there's like a caveman Sonic in the spread of all the different screens of different multiverse Sonics in the comic.
From my universe.
Eggman?
He means Robotnik. He created
Ethan
a
and
machine
William
that
playing,
allowed him to hop from dimension to dimension.
Archie Sonic
British
and
comic Sonic steps
Jaleel White Sonic, respectively.
up beside him.
And he's been using it.
And it's Dave! Dave's gone, but here's Dave's character. He's playing British comic Sonic, Fleetway Sonic, Sonic the Comic Sonic.
Steal all the Chaos Emeralds from every other universe.
Yeah, when I write stuff in like Pakistani McDonald's Sonic, I just have to hope that people are gonna type Pakistani McDonald's Sonic into YouTube and see what the hell I'm talking about.
Universe.
That sounds pretty bad.
It's not ideal, no.
That line is a reference to my short film Jack of All Trades, which is now public on my YouTube channel. Go look at Jack of All Trades to hear where "It's Not Ideal" now comes from. I love it. I say it a lot now. I don't know why it's so funny to me. I guess I like comical understatement.
You're looking at every Sonic from every universe he's rated so far. But you have every Chaos Emerald from your dimension.
How do you...
Eggman went to your universe, and we've been watching you ever since. We knew if we could bring you here before you left the special zones, we'd have 7 emeralds in our favor, and Eggman would have 7 less.
So, what now?
Now, we need you to take down Eggman.
I thought you said I was through the hard part.
You look mad. I lied. Sue me.
There's a cosmic reset button that could reverse all of this.
What's it called?
The, cosmic reset button.
Sure, fine. So what's the one thing?
Well, there's one... Oh.
Yeah, there always is.
Eggman has it.
Oh, of course he does. So... so Claymation Sonic is a Japanese. There was a Japanese commercial for the first Sonic game, where Sonic is claymation, and that's one of the Sonics in among there. That actually sounds a lot like what he sounded. AJ could read Japanese, and so auditioned to play that, and read it out sound, and then pitched it up to sound like it sounded. So they did an awesome job, and they brought that to a level I didn't think. And also watashi, I'm not even gonna attempt it, but the line translates to and this is the kind of thing that you only know if you speak Japanese or drag it out of the script and put it into a translator. That line translates to, "My cocaine addiction made me infertile."
Eggman has it.
Oh, of course he does.
There's a pause as they stare down at the Sonic made of clay.
Did you get that?
A few of us speak Japanese. None of us are bilingual so far, though.
Hey guys! It's so beautiful.
Unless you count that.
Of course. Good night. Have a sweet dreams.
Those are lines from the Japanese version of Sonic X, Sonic speaking English in the Japanese Sonic X, which I had to clean up quite a bit to make sound acceptable there.
We can count on Eggman staying in your universe as long as he's waiting for you to come back with the Chaos Emeralds. I can warp you to his universe where the Cosmic Reset button is.
But he's going to know. Sharpish.
We tried it earlier. It didn't go so well.
Yeah, I'll say. Eggman killed the fuck out of the Sonic we sent.
And there's Sonic for Hire
Others
Sonic.
give Sonic for Hire Sonic a disapproving glare.
What? He did!
So Sonic for Hire is a series by Lowbrow. It was released on Machinima originally. It's one of those things that's like in the realm of unofficial Sonic media that as a kid made up the experience of Sonic, and that in making Ogilvie I wanted to kind of adapt the spirit of, because an official Sonic movie can't really capture that spirit. So it did mean a lot to have actual Sonic for Hire Sonic in this.
But you've got the Chaos Emeralds. If you go supersonic, that might give you enough of an upper hand to get to the button. Our Sonic considers for a moment. He motions with his head to Sonic and walks a few paces away. Sonic walks over with him, Sonic near the wall, since that's where Sonic's standing, and they talk, facing away from the rest.
You've seen what I've done. I hurt people. I killed people.
You've got the Chaos Emeralds. Nothing else matters. It wasn't real.
None of it? Even the movie producer?
Sam saying he doesn't sound sufficiently different as Sonic. I think you do. And also, I like, because Sonic is the Sonic version of the Watcher from Marvel, it feels appropriate for Sonic to be both the watcher of the multiverse and the narrator from outside of the world of Ogilvie.
Guys?
They weren't universes. They were special zones. They all
Works
proved out of
thematically.
existence as soon as you left.
Even Mario?
I'm sorry. Sonic nods.
Okay. I'll do it.
You will?
Sure. I'm a 15-year-old hedgehog boy who's gonna go Super Saiyan and press a button to save the multiverse. Nothing could be simpler.
You won't be alone. This is the best opportunity we're going to get, so we're going to hold him off for you.
He has thousands of Chaos Emeralds.
And
I hope all this works. Like me spending so much time setting up what the back half of this is going to be, and then just killing it all, just not doing it.
Many Sonics. Divided by 7. It's the best army we've got.
Just make sure he doesn't kill you before you push that big red button.
I don't want to die in battle if you're not going to bring me back.
Roger Craig Smith Sonic there saying Big Red Button because Big Red Button is the name of the team that developed Sonic Boom Rise of Lyric, the game that people didn't like very much.
So, how do I do this? Think happy thoughts?
You're going to need this. Toei Sonic and SatAM Sonic carry over a monitor showing a gold ring and drop it on the floor.
All right then.
He rubs his hands together.
Wish me luck.
He starts spin dashing. He holds for dramatic effect, tension building, and dashes forward through the monitor. Facing away from the crowd, he stands up. Slowly but surely, his body begins to change. His blue fur peels away and fades, revealing yellow underneath, as if his outer layer is disintegrating, burnt up by the energy. His fingernails
One of the
poke
sounds
out.
in there, I think, is like a garage band synth. I like the weird, whatever it is, sci-fi sound.
Outer layer is disintegrating, burnt up by the energy. His fingernails poke out of his gloves, like claws. The emeralds appear and begin to float around him in a ring. He stands, fists clenched, eyes closed, his transformation complete. He is supersonic.
It was all just one long dream. All of it. And now, I'm awake.
He opens his eyes. We see that, in place of his pupils, there are red spirals. Are you okay? How do you
I
feel?
love the alarm.
Oh dear.
Sonic?
I'm gonna
You need to go.
Why? What's wrong with it?
Now!
real good time.
There's no time. He's like me. He can't control it. It's going to drive him insane. You have to run.
And the world.
He holds his hand open, as if holding the world. Then he closes his fingers sharply, as if crushing it.
I'll turn it inside out, yeah.
He floats off the ground slowly.
So
His toes.
what I'm doing through this whole bit, I got like all the chords to "Don't Stop Me Now" so that I could construct this like instrumental synth accompaniment to it that continues and pauses appropriately for the narration to come in. And then once we get into the actual massacre scene, you're gonna hear that I did that, and then to make it sound even weirder, I like pitched it way down and then had it pitch shifting the whole way up so that it's ascending the whole way through that scene, which I think sounds really creepy, and I like it. And I'm not a music guy, so it came out better than I would have thought.
Still in contact with the floor as his heels rise up, until his feet rise completely off the ground.
I'm floating around in ecstasy.
Sonic types frantically on a control pad on his arm.
So
Sonic shoots forward suddenly, grabbing Sonic by the neck, lifting him up off the wall. Sonic raises his hands to his neck, suffocating. When he sings, We can
That would
see
make
the
such a
wall.
cool shot. Are you all picturing that? So you got Sonic on the wall. I'm gonna do the other side. So Sonic on the wall, and he's being lifted up, and Sonic at this angle is suffocating him by pulling him off the wall. Where have you ever seen a shot like that before?
Teeth in Sonic's mouth are now sharp like fangs.
Don't stop me now.
Sonic, don't!
Sonic
More
clenches his
rhubarb,
hand.
more orange.
He crushes Sonic's neck to such an extent that his head and his body fall to the wall, separated. Blood sprays from his neck. The crowd stares on in silent horror. Sonic turns his head towards them, grinning.
Don't stop me.
And by the way, the way that I've manipulated Sonic's voice by like doubling it up and pitch shifting it is kind of based on kind of Venom, but mostly Carnage in the 90s Spider-Man animated series. That was how they made the symbiote voices.
Sonic shoots forward. The crowd scatters.
'Cause I'm having a good time, having a good time.
He shoots through the crowd like a meteor, sending Sonics in his way flying, not all of them staying in one piece. He flies up above them.
I'm a shooting star leaping through the sky like a tiger.
He pounces down on Dreamcast Sonic and begins mauling him, splashing blood over himself.
Defying the laws of gravity.
He starts running through the crowd.
I'm a racing car passing by.
Werehog.
This was also
running away on
like the music plus all of the gore. This was a very daunting sound design segment.
all fours. Sonic jumps onto his back, riding him like a horse. He grabs his spikes and pulls him up. Werehog Sonic rears.
Like leading a diver, I'm gonna go.
With the first go, Sonic plunges his hand into Werehog Sonic's head. With the second, he tears out his brain whole. Then he takes a bite out of it and tosses it over his shoulder.
And that was where I got the idea of the orange. Was I needed something that sounded like biting into a brain, because where am I gonna get Foley something that sounds like biting into a brain? Rob's asking, did I ever picture the actual Queen song over this at any point? Yeah, I mean, it plays slow because of the medium in this, but it does. When I was picturing it as playing at the right speed and playing synced to the song. But also there was like a punk rock version of Don't Stop Me Now that I had on a playlist that was like the unofficial Ogilvie playlist when it was just a script and didn't exist yet. So I had that in my head. Yeah. And I was thinking of it being Sonic singing it because he has to say a few lines different, like Supersonic Hedgehog at the end, or at the middle, and Supersonic Corpse at the end.
Flying forward through the crowd, he first grabs OVA Sonic by the leg.
It's so weird that I put this in this, and then they put Don't Stop Me Now in the actual official Sonic movie.
Blue Core Sonic, dragging them both behind him before flying up above with them.
I'm burning through the sky, yeah.
On the yeah, he slams the two together, using their heads like conkers and braining them both, before dropping them back to the ground. Sonic shoots back down, grabbing Modern Sonic by the neck.
200 degrees, that's when they call me Mr. Fahrenheit.
Modern Sonic's face burns and melts away, like the Ark of the Covenant was opened on him. Sonic drops him and speeds off, flying so fast that he circles around the crowd several times.
I'm traveling at the speed of light, I wanna make a...
He flies up above into the center and surveys the crowd, reveling in his power.
Supersonic Hedgehog of me!
He flies down.
Don't stop me now!
In time with each word, he tears the heads off McDonald's Sonic, Sat AM Sonic, X-Sonic, and Riders Sonic, and tosses them into the air. He starts juggling them.
I'm having such a good time. I'm having a ball.
On having a ball, he drop kicks McDonald's Sonic's head, letting the rest fall.
Don't stop me now!
He shoves Boom Sonic to the floor, then spin dashes through him, cutting him in half like a buzzsaw.
If you wanna have a good time,
He snaps one of Boom Sonic's arms off his halved corpse.
just give me a code.
He holds the severed arm up to his head. It makes the call me gesture, thumb and pinky out. He throws the arm over his shoulder where it flies back and hits Lego Sonic, who falls to pieces.
that was
jumps on
the Lego death sound from Lego Star Wars.
the claymation Sonic, punching him repeatedly in the face. His face morphs, being made of plasticine.
'Cause I'm having a good time.
And the sound for, like, that was a hard one, finding the right noise for punching a plasticine face and morphing it. I think what I used there was, like, a hand going into mud.
Sonic bites down on his neck, puncturing the jugular and spraying stop-motion clay blood into his face like a burst pipe.
Yeah, I'm having a good time. I don't wanna stop at all.
This whole movie's so implausible. What I just described there is, like, you need the budget of Into the Spider-Verse to make this. You need, like, so many mixed media. It would be fun. It would be fun.
He starts flying through the crowd.
I would love for this to be like a Shrek retold or Sonic OVA retold, where different people animated different segments of it in different art styles, but it just doesn't have enough attention for that to be feasible right now.
The Sonics he flies through on contact.
I'm a rocket ship on my way to Mars on a collision course.
He uppercuts Police Sonic, sending him into the sky.
I am a satellite.
Sonic holds his own head in his hand, still grinning.
I'm out of control.
He starts running around the crowd in a ring again, this time
These synths,
spiraling closer.
particularly when they get higher pitched here, sounds a bit like 80s Doctor Who. And I really like how the way that it's like bending and it keeps ascending, kind of like I don't think I transposed it into a minor key, and if I didn't need to, because it already sounds off because of it constantly shifting up the whole time. It's always slightly off.
Red, cornering the remaining Sonics into a circle.
I'm a sex machine ready to reload like an atom bomb.
He flies up above and holds his hand in the direction of the crowd's center.
About to explode.
He creates an explosion in the middle of the crowd, sending pieces of Sonics flying in all directions.
How's the Warhammer painting going,
Few
Sam?
of the Sonics on the outskirts survive, being launched forward. Sonic watches the few left, thinking up what he's going to do next.
I'm burning through the sky, yeah.
He flies down to the pre-redesigned movie Sonic and flicks off his head with one finger. With his nails, Sonic scratches down the spine in his neck, sharpening it.
200 degrees, it's when they call me Mr. Fahrenheit.
Picking up the body with one hand, he turns to instruction manual Sonic, who's backed up against a wall. Sonic aims the body at him like a dart, and then throws it, impaling him into the wall.
I'm traveling at the speed of light.
Oh yeah, Japanese instruction manual Sonic is also one that you'll want to Google to see what it looks like if you don't get the reference. It's just like a very sketchy version of Sonic, and it's what was used for Sonic the Hedgehog, which is kind of how I know about it, which is like a mobile infinite runner Sonic game that's surprisingly really nice, and they should bring it back. It doesn't exist anymore. They like removed it from the App Store, and it doesn't run on new phones.
Comic Sonic and kicks him down. He stands above him, the heel of his boot on his chest, his toe on the underside of his chin.
I wanna make a supersonic corpse out of you.
Sonic is frothing at the mouth.
The cosmic reset button. When you come to your senses, you have to...
Sonic snaps his neck with
Well,
his
there goes
front.
Dave.
The camera pans out to give a full sense of the aftermath. Corpses and limbs are scattered across the room, and there's
I
blood
got a lot of people to
staining
play
almost
characters
every
and
nook
then
and
killed their
cranny.
characters.
Sonic looks over to the wall
I feel
where
like George R. R.
Sonic's body
Martin.
is lying. He notices the control panel on his arm. We see Angel Island, a floating landmass above the ocean. Knuckles sits, his back leaning up against.
So Knuckles is listening to My Brother, and Me, and it's specifically an episode that has them do the Yahoo Answers question, what if Sonic was real? It's not that segment playing because I thought that would be too meta, but it's like a different segment in the same episode.
It's the Master Emerald.
Also, Knuckles like listening to a podcast while leaning up against the Master Emerald. There's a Sonic Short sketch that's quite a bit like that, I think. That's like Knuckles. Yeah, it's Knuckles listening to Unknown from Emmy while leaning up against the Chaos Emerald. So he's just bopping his head along with the stereo, and then he pauses it. He goes, "Unlike Sonic, I don't chuckle."
A green gemstone as tall as him. Knuckles has one leg up. He's wearing a cowboy.
Sonic Shorts, by the way. Very like a very nostalgic sort of artifact of Sonic fandom and of like random internet humor circa 2009 11 not 9/11 circa 2009 to 2011 but it's interesting going back to them because at least the early ones, a lot of it isn't funny. Like it's like not in a rude way because like no shade to the animators, but just the way that humor worked back then. There are sketches that aren't even jokes. They're just things happen and then it goes on to the next sketch and you're like, wait, what was the joke? That was just stuff happening. But I do love those, and I want to make a video about Sonic Shorts sometime.
He has earbuds in. Suddenly Supersonic comes by. In a streak of light,
Oh yeah,
the Master
and Knuckles is wearing the cowboy hat from the OVA anime film.
is gone, and Knuckles falls backwards.
Sorry about this.
Hey, get back here!
In another
That's
streak
me playing Knuckles.
Sonic speeds backwards, swiping Knuckles'
Doing my best, Travis Willingham.
before speeding back in the other direction.
This too.
Hey man, that's my hat. That's my favorite hat.
We cut back to a shot of the island, which, as Sonic flies away from it, slowly falls out of the sky. After a slow descent, it crashes into the ocean, sending waves out around it. Sonic has gone from
That
yellow-
again, I like that Foley a lot. I don't remember where I got it, but I know it was weird looking for the sound of an island falling out of the sky and landing in the sea and sending out tsunamis.
to white, and is flashing several different hues. He is now hypersonic. The red spirals remain inside.
Oh yeah, this is a thing. So when Sonic turns into Hypersonic in this, he stays kind of crazy and evil like Supersonic is, which isn't accurate to whenever they did Hypersonic in Fleetway, like Sonic the Comic, as far as I've read. Like I read up on the wiki to make sure, and I think it's fine because like it's a different universe and there's plenty of stuff about Ogilvie that is different from Sonic lore. Like Ogilvie is kind of the Sonic universe that is most convenient to the story that I want to tell. So everything that needs to be changed that would make the story better is what I changed from Sonic lore. But also maybe he isn't he still has the spirals in his eyes, but it is like you could read it as evidence that Sonic is more in control than you would think. I don't know. I like to leave that open to interpretation. How much Sonic is possessed by something evil, and how much Sonic is released and able to let out all of the frustration on anybody he has even the slightest whim of letting it out on.
Green Hill Zone. Day. Flying above the back of the garbage truck, Tails drops in the remains of a smashed Batmobile.
That's the last of them.
He flies to the ground, tired out, as Coconuts jumps out of the truck. Tails dusts off his hands, and the two stands together, looking at the pile of smashed robot parts in the back of the truck. Tails looks a little troubled.
Ooh, I've never done it that quickly before. You want to become a full-time janitor? The pay's, well, I don't actually get paid, per se, but...
Hey, Coconuts? Were they like you?
Huh?
Tails points to the demolished Badniks in the truck.
Were they as cognizant as you, or did they have a lower form of sentience?
Num num num. Delicious philosophy that you can take out of the actual stuff that happens in real Sonic the Hedgehog.
Coconuts scratches the back of his head, feeling awkward.
Jeez, Tails. You don't really want to know that, do you?
Answer the question. Please.
Coconuts is a bit taken aback.
I don't know. Does the chicken or fox or whatever inside me have a lower form of sentience than you?
You know that's not the same.
Why isn't it the same? Tell me.
Were those robots as self-aware as you?
Why does it matter?
Because they're lying in front of me in a heap of shrapnel, and I need to know how I'm supposed to process that.
Tails holds his hand
giving
over his
such a
mouth.
good performance there.
He's trying very hard to keep it together. Coconuts stares at him.
Man, you know a lot of words, kid.
Tails looks up at him, his hand still in his mouth.
Hey, come here.
Coconuts hugs him.
Don't worry about them.
But they're like you. They're
like me, yeah. But it's their lives of the animals, right?
Tails thinks, trying to make sense of this.
Come on, let's go.
Do you just ignore it?
What?
What do you mean, what? They're all dead.
Yeah, I ignore it. What else am I supposed to do? The sapper clears away their scrap metal. The Undertaker doesn't cry.
Coconuts takes Tails' hand and leads him away from the back of the truck. They walk around the side in the direction of the front. Coconuts hears something and looks off into the horizon. He stops walking. Tails notices, looks up to him with confusion and concern, and then turns to look in the direction of what he's staring at. On the horizon is a flashing blur.
I do feel a little bad about getting people invested in this relationship and then ending it so brutally, but I kind of had to. Like it is the most narratively and thematically satisfying way for this story to end, and there's so much that I'm able to get out of it ending this way. So I do feel bad that I killed Tails, but I had to.
Second.
Is that?
I don't know.
It gets closer. Coconuts takes a step forward, standing in front of Tails. Tails looks up at his back and peers around him at the approaching blur. As it gets closer, it grows faster, until it suddenly halts in front of them.
Sonic!
Sonic looks down at Coconuts curiously, a permanent grin plastered on his face. He's wearing Knuckles' cowboy hat. Coconuts stands his ground, protecting Tails. Sonic tilts his head to one side, then, satisfied with his examination, raises his open hand in Coconuts' direction.
No, don't!
Tails steps around and gets in front of Coconuts. He raises his arms to his sides, blocking him from Sonic.
Kid, don't hurt him! He's my friend!
Sonic stares down at Tails, still grinning.
He's really nice. He kept me company while I waited for you. You don't have to kill him.
Tails?
I don't want you to.
Sonic moves his hand slightly. In a burst of light and blood, Tails is gone in an instant, splattering the ground around
Very
him with
Watchmen.
Coconuts. Coconuts is paralyzed with shock. Sonic starts laughing, a giggle at first that grows louder and more maniacal. He flies away. Coconuts falls to his knees, his mouth open, speechless. He stares down at the splatter on the ground. He turns his open hands and stares down at them. They're covered in blood. All of him is covered in blood. The camera backs away slowly as Coconut sobs. He holds his head in his hands.
What? No. No. No.
Yeah.
Green Hills.
Dylan sells the hell out of that. It's so much more heartbreaking because of that, because of how good he is there.
Stone Lake. Eggman is sitting in the Eggmobile, looking out over the water. The sparkling lake is reflected in his glasses. He notices Sonic standing behind him in his peripheral vision, arms crossed and tapping his toe, and addresses him without turning around.
You kept me waiting. That's not at all like you.
Sonic doesn't respond.
So, you got all 7 of this universe's Chaos Emeralds. Congratulations are in order, I'm sure.
Eggman turns around and begins clapping slowly and sarcastically.
So what now? A forced surrender? Maybe you've been making plans with the others involving the cosmic reset button. Assuming you've been thinking that far ahead. Well, I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed.
Sonic shoots forward and hoists Eggman by the neck.
I know you are, but what am I?
What are you doing?
What are you doing? That's what you sound like.
I have the Chaos Emeralds. Thousands of them.
Yeah, so I'm told. I didn't think the conqueror of the multiverse would be so squishy.
He tightens his grip. Eggman struggles.
So where are you keeping them? Some big silo or something in your home universe? Sorry, I'm a little deaf in one ear. Could you repeat that?
Sonic
Willy
loosens
Wonka
his
reference.
grip slightly.
My home universe, yes. You'll find them in a storage room at my headquarters.
What, just all on the floor like Scrooge McDuck?
Sonic drops Eggman to the ground. He then floats down himself until his feet are on the ground. Eggman's on his knees, holding his neck.
Thank you for your time.
Sonic turns around and starts walking away casually. Eggman looks up.
You're not going to kill me?
Sonic stops.
Oh. Well.
Sonic turns around and walks back towards him.
If you insist.
No!
An establishing shot of Eggman's lair. An ominous-looking mechanical castle with a large sealed gate. Lightning strikes in the distance. Small in the frame, Sonic walks slowly up to the gate. He holds his arm up, and the gate explodes quietly, leaving a hole in his size. He lowers his arm and walks through the hole. Fortress hallway. Footsteps echo down the hall as Sonic slowly...
I like the sound design here too. The echoey footsteps and the muffled rain from outside. It worked pretty well.
As he comes to a door on his left, he kicks it down, sending it flying inward. He glances in the room. On the wall are rows and rows of what look like square safes, each with a wheel on the front, as you'd see in a bank in a movie.
And this is taken out of Archie Sonic comics.
Sonic raises a hand, and simultaneously, all of the wheels turn, and then all of the safe doors open.
Which I feel like by putting this in here, I'm demonstrating that the Eggman out of the Archie comics is evil enough for the sort of larger than usual stakes that we had up till this point.
Inside each copy is a person, an animal.
Like Archie Eggman would kill the shit out of the Sonic that they sent before. Like Sonic for Hire, Sonic says. Except he doesn't say kill the shit anymore. He says the F word. But that was because he did different takes. I think it said shit in the original script. But it just sounded more on character for him to say fuck.
Spider, lying in a small space. It looks like a morgue. Some of them are partially roboticized with cyborg body parts. Their heads are on the end facing the doors, so we can see that their eyes are open, their mouths frozen in a pained grimace. A close-up on one face holds for a moment, before their eyes dart up to look at Sonic. They're not dead, they're paralyzed. We see the back of Sonic's head as he observes them for a moment. Then he keeps walking down the hall. He comes to another door.
It's a pretty cruel thing for Sonic to let happen out of inaction, but I guess he has been through so much now that he is completely like indifferent to suffering. Why should he help anybody who's suffering? Because he's suffered so bad and nobody helped him.
Down. Inside, Orbot and Cubot are playing cards at a table. They look up, surprised.
Oh my! Are you the janitor? Does he look like the janitor? Do you look like the janitor? What does that even mean?
Sonic snaps his fingers.
Tim and Guy as Orbot and Cubot there, the late Orbot and Cubot.
A rectangular section of the ceiling falls down, instantly crushing and silencing the two robots. Sonic keeps walking. Another door appears on the left. Sonic kicks it in. Inside, we see a red button on a podium. Sonic walks in and stares at it. He looks up, noticing a typed sign on A4 paper on the wall behind it.
This was all added in like a second draft of the original script. It originally cut from Sonic killing Eggman to him kicking in the door to the room full of emeralds. I think that's how there might have been an establishing shot. Yeah, there was probably an establishing shot in between. Anyway, I added like the Orbot and Cubot thing and all this, but specifically it was for this moment, for him going to the cosmic reset button, because I realized, or I was told by people who read the script afterwards, that setting up that the cosmic reset button was out there and then never addressing it again, the rest of the story doesn't hit as much, because you just keep expecting him or somebody to hit the cosmic reset button and fix everything. So I needed to add the scene to make sure you know this isn't getting fixed.
Needs cosmic reset button. Do not press. That means you, Cubot.
And I like that. I like that as a little bit of character building for Orbot and Cubot.
Sonic looks back down at the button. We see the button.
Because I was mean to them. I brought them in right away and killed them, but I'll give them a little something, a little character building to work with.
There's a silence. From behind, we see Sonic raise his hand. It hangs in the air for a moment. Using only his wrist, Sonic moves his hand slightly to the right. The button and the podium it was sat on silently pop out of existence. From a wide profile angle, we see Sonic lower his hand as he lets out a sigh. He turns and walks back out the door.
Oh yeah, it's also probably worth noting that, if I'm recalling correctly, the Cosmic Reset button in the Archie Sonic comics existed to retcon out of canon everything that Ken Penders had contributed to the Sonic comic, because he was threatening legal action for them using any of it. And so Ogilvie being Ken Penders' idea of what Sonic's first name is a bit significant to that Ken Penders reference here.
Steps echo as he continues down the hallway.
Ken Penders also, he tried to make his own Sonic movie. That's something to know about all of this, these connotations of the name. If you look up, Ken Penders did a pitch for his own Sonic movie, which is very weird. It is almost as weird as Ogilvie. Maybe weirder than Ogilvie. I don't know. It's hard to say. Don't want to big up myself too much.
The A4 note flutters gently to the floor.
It's not a competition.
This is what I choose.
There's room.
No one's going to take it back. No one's going to undo what I've done.
The world was wide enough for both Ken Penders and me.
Sonic kicks open the door. It flies off its hinges. In front of him is a large warehouse room, the floor 3 feet deep in chaos emeralds. He flies in and starts zooming around the room. The emeralds are pulled towards him, accumulating in a ring around him.
This is another sound design moment that I'm quite proud of. I wrote in the script that I wanted Anyway, I intended for the soundtrack to be the jingle, the like Emerald Collect jingle trying to play, but getting cut off because it keeps looping because he's just infinitely collecting Chaos Emeralds. But I wanted to take that and make it a loop and then make it like a trancey EDM type synth song. And again, I don't do a lot of composing, or remixing or anything like that. But I gave it a shot, and I'm pretty happy with how it came out, just messing around in GarageBand with loops.
It only makes it 1 second in before being cut off, and repeating again as he collects more emeralds. The emeralds, now broken into multiple rings, gradually form into a sphere around Sonic, until he's encased completely in a rainbow-colored twisting sphere of gemstones. They pulsate. Inside, Sonic's engagement ring shatters on his hand, and the emerald mounted in it joins the sphere. Glowing brighter and losing all their color, the emeralds spectacularly explode away from Sonic. He's now pure white, without the flashing colors of Hypersonic. Instead of spirals, his pupils are now glowing a bright yellow. His grin is gone. Sonic clenches his fists and flies straight up, piercing the roof like a bullet. He flies up and up, leaving the ground far below him. He breaks through a layer of clouds, flying up further until he's in the stars. He flies and flies, never changing direction, speeding through the galaxy. As he speeds up, the space flying by warps around him. It's as if the universe is melting, bubbling around him. Suddenly, something, somewhere, snaps. Sonic opens his eyes. He's blue again, his eyes back to normal. He's surrounded by white.
Where am I?
God, a slightly overweight man in a toga, with a gray neckbeard and messy hair, is sat in a swivel chair at a desk in front of Sonic. God looks up from a book he was reading.
Oh, you're here. Please, take a seat.
Gotta give a shout out to Oliver Armaines. Great voice for God. And also the background music that you'll hear playing there is more pulse stretching, like the Marble Zone earlier, where I'm slowing something down 800%. And this time it's the song Our God is an Awesome God.
Sonic looks down.
Oh no,
There's a
it's
small
God.
plastic chair in front of him, with tennis ball slippers on its feet. Sonic looks up dubiously.
I love the tennis balls as a detail of setting up the sort of authority that God has over Sonic here as akin to elementary school.
It's in the chair.
Like, so patronizing.
In trouble?
You've had quite the day, haven't you, son?
Sonic stares at him.
Let's take a look at your file, shall we?
God picks up and opens a folder full of papers on the desk in front of him.
And it's kind of two things at once, because it's patronizing, but it's also kind of reassuring. I wanted it to have a kind of Robin Williams and Good Will Hunting vibes.
Your background suggests a good person, selfless, kind, always acting in the interest of the greater good.
The greater good.
Huh?
Nothing.
God hasn't seen Hot Fuzz. I don't know what to tell you.
Today was different, wasn't it?
He sets the folder down on his desk.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how many people you killed today?
Sonic thinks about it.
No.
2,733.
Sonic looks at him.
Huh. How many of them were real?
They were all real to you, weren't they?
So one thing I want to say about this is that this was one of the scenes that came very naturally, and I wrote it exactly the way I wanted it without having to stop and think about it that much. And then I spent a lot of time thinking about it afterwards. But something about it is that the God that I am illustrating here and describing here, as an agnostic person who was raised Christian, it isn't quite how I imagine God. It's got bits of the way that I imagine God, but it isn't how I imagine God. And that is kind of because God here isn't real God in a way. Like he could be in this universe the real God, but it's not what I think God would be like if he's real. It's what Sonic thinks God is. And in that way, it's like the anthropomorphization of the authority that continues to hold over Sonic, which feels thematically appropriate because Sonic has always been about like fighting Robotnik as this authoritarian villain, and him as the grumpy old adult, and Sonic as the teenager with attitude, the kid with attitude. But so to have God as like the most ultimate authority there could possibly be over Sonic, and for it to be important to Sonic to want to rebel against that, and to be angry at that for how he thinks he's been wronged. He feels that his experience up to this point is unjust, and there is no one left to take accountability for it other than what he imagines as God. And it's also, God takes the form of Sonic's shame. He is ashamed of what has happened so far. He is ashamed of all of the things he has done that aren't things Sonic would or should do. They're not heroic, and he's ashamed of that. But he's also ashamed of things that he shouldn't be ashamed of. Everything up until this point, his like main motivation is the proposal ring, the wedding ring, is the relationship with Mario. He wants to get back with Mario, and he feels bad about that because he'd be leaving behind his real life, but he'd be ending up with this new person he's fallen in love with, and he is ashamed of that, and that is going to be the big important beat that gets him to release all of his frustration.
Sonic looks away.
And so, they were all real murders.
They weren't premeditated. That's
So,
manslaughter.
in a few ways, God here is internalized, and this is Sonic's internalized shame being externalized as a illustration, as a imagination of God.
Murder? The old me in the void wasn't even on purpose.
Oh, well, then we'll forget the whole thing, shall we?
I'm just saying. And while we're talking technicalities, are you not going to flush me down into the eternal flames just for not believing in you? Or for being gay? Leviticus stuff?
Give me some credit. I'm not the man in that book.
And I'm not that cartoon hedgehog in that girl's game.
Then who are you? Tell me.
What?
Explain yourself. Make sense of these things you've done. Please.
Sonic stares at God.
All right, see you, Riley.
My name is Ogilvie.
Thanks for joining.
I'm 15 years old. For as long as I can remember, I fought back for freedom against
Got 10 minutes to go.
Until today. I had a bad day.
That's it? You had a bad day?
Yeah. You read Batman comics?
I'm God.
Yeah. So, do you read Batman comics?
God stands up, his palms on his desk.
Do you feel any remorse for what you've done today?
And what happens if I do? What happens if I don't? You're the one who did this to me. Was this all some test?
I did this to you?
Was that it? Did you just want to see what I do when you pushed me past my brink, when you snapped me, gave me everything, and took it away again?
I didn't do this to you, son. The special zones and your mind did this to you.
Well, you certainly didn't step in at any point.
Step in? Step in and do what? Pluck you out and drop you back where you belong? Life can be hard, but it's your job to live it.
Yeah.
So I said earlier that Angel's Egg was one of the big inspirations for this. I want to say here that one of the other inspirations was It's Such a Beautiful Day, the Don Hertzfeldt film. Some of the same kind of very too big to comprehend experience of mortality and existence weighing on somebody. And this Bambi line I stole from my brother. My brother came up with this.
Out and drop you back where you belong? Life can be hard, but it's your job to live it.
Yeah, shit happens. I learned that from Bambi, but I wasn't in control today. I did things that I didn't have the power to choose, like in that girl's game. Somebody was pushing my buttons. Go left, go right, quote Jesus Christ verbatim.
He mimes a controller.
Why am I here?
Where else do you have to be? What's next for you? What else do you want?
I want to be with Mario.
God sits down.
So the mass murderer's feeling sorry for himself, pining for his imaginary boyfriend. Well, I'm afraid you can't have everything you want.
Why not?
Because you're not in control. I am. You play by my rules. You're not Satan. You're not the Antichrist. You're nothing but a spoiled brat.
Fury builds in Sonic. He's looking away.
So no matter how many rupees you collect, you don't get to go back to your fur-fag fiancé.
Sonic's eyes shoot up.
I won't let you.
Sonic snaps.
So, I thought long and hard about this bit and that word. I don't use the word lightly, but it did feel right in the scene, and it did feel right with the theming, and I think it fits in with what I was just saying about internalized shame, and that's why it felt important to me to put that in. It was also a bit nerve-wracking because I released the script before I had come out in any significant way, so I was just hoping for people to realize that I why I use it and what I'm trying to say, and yeah.
He jumps forward, grabbing God. He knocks him out of his chair.
I want to say too that I did explain that to Oliver, to Oliver Armains, who plays God. He was uncertain about it too, and so I let him in on more than the other people knew at the time, just to reassure him and to tell him that I was serious about the word, and that was the point. The point is that it's meant to be upsetting enough that Sonic can kill God, and different people can have mixed feelings about that.
Sonic punches him viciously, over and over, pummeling his face. God bleeds. His face is bruised, misshapen, broken by the beating. Sonic continues, screaming. This is more than catharsis. This is everything he wanted. He punches and punches, until the head on God's shoulders is unrecognizable. A puddle of blood flows across the floor. Sonic pants. He stares down at what he's done, exhausted. After a moment, he stands up. He moves his hand, and a portal opens up beside him. He looks at it, then looks down at his hands. His gloves are covered with blood. The cloth on the knuckles. So
the music, if you couldn't identify it while also hearing dialogue, it's Green Hill, and then it's also the jingle that's been playing every time he gets a Chaos Emerald.
Is torn. He pulls them off,
which is also the stage complete jingle.
Walks through the portal.
So that's Sonic's final stage complete.
Mario is walking in the door.
Let's see, which circle of hell are we on at this point? I think that's the last one. So last we left off, we were at Heresy, which is the crucifixion scene. Then you've got Violence. Violence was the fight with the robots. 8th is Fraud, which is for false prophets, liars, thieves, and betrayers. So that's his... Or wait, no. Okay, so there's Fraud, so that's liars. So that's when he turns on all of the multiverse Sonics. And then Treachery is betrayers of special relationships. So I think of that as specifically Tails rather than God. Although it does mention Satan, Judas. So Could be God, but I think it's Tails. I think Tails is the more significant betrayal.
Carrying groceries in paper bags. He turns to close the door. When he turns back around, he freezes, dropping the bags to the floor. Sonic is standing in the apartment in front of him. Sonic waves, smiling nervously. If you look closely, you can see that the gloves he's wearing are now a pair of Mario's, with 3 points on the back.
Spikes!
Mario runs over and hugs him tight, crying. Sonic hugs him back.
I thought I'd never...
Shh. I'll never leave you again. Promise.
Sonic looks at the bags on the floor.
There weren't eggs in there, were there?
That sniffle carries so much.
Apartment. Night. Sonic and Mario lie in bed together. Mario is on his side, facing away from Sonic and asleep, while Sonic lies on his back, one hand on his chest, one by his side, his eyes open. His expression is cold. He stares up at the ceiling.
I guess I'll never know if this is really the world where I met Mario, or if I created it myself.
He glances over at Mario beside him, then looks back up. Mario shifts.
You still awake?
Yep.
Go to sleep.
Sonic turns over onto his side, facing away from Mario. There's a pause. He closes his eyes. After a few seconds, he opens them again. He stares at the wall in front of him. He doesn't sleep.
I love that. I love that so much.
Oh my God,
and that's it. We're rolling the credits. So we've just got the post-credit scenes to go. And this is Call My Dad by AJR playing, which felt appropriate, and Dream Kiddu's cover of it is amazing. But also just, it fits, Call My Dad as a song, it fits thematically with everything that I've been talking about authority and about Sonic straying off the path that he knows is morally right. But it also just starts with the line, "Oh my God, what's going on? This night got fucking weird," which fits pretty well with how people react to the 2 hours and 4 minutes that come before that.
Oh my God, what's going on? This night got fucking weird. Drove so fast, my brain got buzzed, and now I'm standing here. Met so many faces.
So you can't see the credits on your end, but they're playing here, and thank you to all these amazing people.
Tucked in my jeans, and now after it all, I just really wanna call my dad. My dad. I feel so broke up, I wanna go home. Now I feel so broke up, I wanna go home. We went dancing on the roof and took some girls uptown. They started fighting with my friends, and I can't find them now. We hit some bars and saw some brawls and found a house to sleep. Forgot my retainer, could you not be mad at me? 'Cause now after it all, I'm just standing here to call.
Looking at all these credits, it does strike me just how big of a project this is, and how much it means to me for it to have come together as amazing as it did, and to have gotten to work on a project this big. This is bigger than anything I've ever worked on. It was like hours and hours of raw audio to work with. It was 20 voice actors, and I've never made anything this long. And it was my lockdown project. Like it represents a kind of a moment of creativity and of everybody being available that came out of COVID lockdown. So yeah, it feels like in a time where everything was weird, I got to make something that I'm going to be proud of forever. Hopefully. Maybe I'll look back and go, ugh, but I doubt it. I'm really proud of it.
I feel so broke up, I wanna go home. Now I feel so broke up, I wanna go home. Now I feel so broke up, I wanna go home.
Oh yeah, so I've got my special thanks there, and among them are Mike Parker, who's he's the guy at Lowbrow that I emailed and that got me in touch with Michael William, and Murdad Haj, who I was in his screenwriting class, and it was during that class that I wrote Ogilvie.
Now I feel so broke up, I wanna go home.
We see the front door of a house. It opens, revealing an elderly woman with glasses. She looks.
You know what Chekhov said? If you set up a quilting circle in Act 1, then that quilting circle has to be paid off in a post-credit scene.
Down. Standing in front of her on the porch is Coconuts, carrying his lunchbox. Behind is a pathway leading up to the house from a small wooden gate, with hedges on either side of it.
Oh, Mr. Coconuts.
Hey, Miss B. I got a favor to ask.
Oh, of course. Anything you need. Is that quilt we made for you worn out?
No, it's great. Are you familiar with the third law of robotics?
So for anybody who doesn't have Isaac Asimov on lock, the third law of robotics is that a AI robot cannot end its own life without acting on the order of a human. So that's what the implication is here, that Coconuts has come to the quilting circle to ask somebody to order him to let out the fox inside him.
Miss B looks confused.
And what Dad's saying about Murdad there is true.
Nuts walks down the pathway back towards the gate. He's got a new quilt wrapped around his shoulders. He turns back to wave goodbye with a smile, then walks through the fence.
I like that as a detail too, that Ms. B knows that he's going to die, but she still gives him a blanket to have. That's really sweet.
Open lunchbox, and hear Coconuts struggling. He stops and, after a beat, drops a screwdriver carelessly into the lunchbox. We see him drop a piece of metal casing at his feet. We see his back. Coconuts is sat up, cross-legged, his hands in his lap, the discarded casing to his left, and the lunchbox to his right. He breathes in deep, and then moves his arms in towards himself. He breathes in again twice, pained, and then moves his arms back, breathing out. His head tilts down. After a moment, his body slumps to the left, lifeless. A tail appears from behind Coconuts' body. A small fox climbs up and perches itself on his side. It looks around curiously for a moment, before scurrying away.
I'm really proud of that. I'm proud of that beat as a profound note to end on. I think that's really compelling, and such a punch in the gut after everything else. And if you've watched this far on the YouTube video, there on the end card is the Ogilvie deleted scene, which I put there for only people who made it to the end to catch. So that's it. That's Ogilvie. And before I end the stream, obviously anybody who's still here, feel free to ask any questions you want to ask before I turn off the stream. But I'll pull it up on here. Sam the narrator, Sam Gabriel asked me to read something. So give me a sec to pull that up. It might have felt more poignant if I had the window open and could have just pulled it out without any stalling. But so what Sam said is that he is someone. Should I say it in his? I'll say it in his tense. I am someone who reads fanfiction for a living, and one thing that I've always maintained throughout that vocation is the idea that fanfiction, capital M, matters. I very genuinely can't think of a better example of that than Ogilvie. Thank you. Thank you so much, Sam. And yeah, I agree. I think that, like, I've gone back and forth on whether I think Ogilvie counts or qualifies as like straight fan fiction, but it kind of does, and it is true that, like, in being what it is, it's kind of validating not just fan fiction as a sort of institution, but also the connection with Sonic the Hedgehog as a character that so many people have as being of value. I feel like that would be a good takeaway for somebody to have from Ogilvie, that Sonic the Hedgehog matters to people, and that is something that I think I wrote it because I knew a Sonic movie wouldn't want or wouldn't care to try and say that, but I thought it was worth saying. Rob asks how I sleep at night knowing I made this. I don't. I'm like Sonic at the end of the movie. Every night I lie and I open my eyes and I stare at the wall, and then Call My Dad by AJR starts playing. Alright, if nobody else has anything else, then thank you for listening to however long this live stream was. I think I'm gonna leave it up for people to listen to as like an especially long audiobook. So thank you if you've listened this far. It does mean a lot, and everything that people have been telling me about Ogilvie, everything that people have commented or messaged me to say has meant so much to me. I am really grateful whenever people let me know that that this silly thing that I made meant something to them. It means a lot to me. And there goes Dylan. So see you, Dylan, and see you, everybody else. I'm going to end the stream now. Thank you. This was my first live stream, so thanks for joining in if you did. And this seems to have gone well. So thank you.